Both of these teams sit just one place above and below each other. Of course, I'm talking about YoD Esports versus R Esports. We're in the minor league, babies, and it's time to get rolling. Welcome, ladies, gents, and non-binaries to Talent League R6. We are in week 6, day 3, and, well, we have a returning face with us. It's Squishy.
Hey, lads, it's good to be back here with Wumby, the guy who I love casting with, and can't wait to be back and see these two teams in the minor playoff. And of course, we have the major of that game, and it's just so good to be back. Have this feeling. Got the camera in front of me, and I'm ready to go. And I just want to say, Wumby, phenomenal intro, best I've seen ever, honestly. Just props to you. But yeah, can't wait for the game we have stored for you. And both teams, they've got some gunners on their team, and I want to see them use them.
Yeah, of course, but both of these teams actually sit in the bottom
Mhm.
part of the table, so this is a good opportunity for them to get out of that
Yeah.
bottom spot, especially after two teams forfeited, get themselves out of the bottom spot and into that mid table. But before we get into the map bans and before we get to what map we're actually playing on, I want to bring your guys' attention to the staff votes. And according to the staff vote, according to the percentages that I have right here in my handy dandy notes, 26% actually voted for YoD Esports in the staff, and then 74% voted for our esports. I'm one of the lucky 74% who actually voted for YoD, or not YoD, sorry, our esports. And so coming into this game, according to the staff, YoD or not, oh my god, I keep getting their names mixed up. Our esports are the favorites to win this match, but it's not showing not only on the staff predictions, but also in the community vote as well. Whereas this one's or not community vote. Sorry, we don't have that. I was thinking about the major league. Sorry, I'm thinking ahead of myself. But again, according to the staff predictions, our esports are obviously the favorites to win it. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. Oops. Oopsies.
We
I Okay. Well, apparently
shockingly.
we did. Apparently we do have the major votes, but it is just as skewed. But it is just as skewed as the staff votes, where 10% voted for YoD to win and 76% of you guys voted for R to win. So again, R are still favorites to win this regardless of staff or community vote.
14% to draw as well. Love that
Mhm.
14%. Just stay in the middle of it. But honestly, this, as you said, it's a great opportunity for these two teams to get out that bottom end of the standings and make their way to top. Obviously, coming from so far in, might be difficult to come back all the way to top, but they can definitely get up there in those top four position. They want those placements, especially for next season if they decide to stay. And obviously, we have the major after, which is Maestria Esports versus Praetorian, uh, which we'll get onto after that. But also, for this map, we'll be playing Oregon. Now, Oregon, more like Oregon, as you've heard me say many times before. We have seen it many times, but this is the kind of scrim you will do. You will always play an Oregon scrim, and the amount of experience teams have on Oregon is immense. And there's obviously going to be a lot of happening on the Oregon map. Apart from it being seen all the time, it's always interesting because there's always something new you don't see one B. It's always a new strat, there's always a new shield, there's always a new angle, especially with all these new operators which come out. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise. It's probably one of the most played in both the major and the minor leagues. Both of these teams, obviously, we won't get to see any of the other maps that they played on last week, which were, I believe it was Clubhouse and Chalet. Those maps have been auto banned for today, so we will go into Oregon, which is a map that we're no stranger to. We've seen this, I think, twice on Monday, and I
Yeah.
believe, yeah, twice on Monday, and then I think we saw it
Tuesday.
on Tuesday. Yes, we did. Yep, because I casted that game. I should remember. But um, we will be seeing Oregon a third time this week, which is not surprising to say the least. No other team wants to try the new maps of Sky or Theme or even Border for that fact. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way that it is. And, we talk about Oregon being boring, and there's a number of reasons as to why for that. It's not the way that laid out, is because it's played so damn much. And
Yeah.
yeah, but I think if I well, we are gonna still be waiting on a couple of players, so still be patient with us as we try and wait and waffle on just a little bit for you guys. But you're involved in the staff vote, Squishy. Who did you vote for?
I honestly went with Aura. Possibly because I saw them play last season, right? I've seen Aura play many times, and I don't know. I just have that hope in them. Obviously, I do have many people which are on my side. Sorry if you're supporting Yod, but I just think Aura. they have this clutch mentality and they have some guns on their team. You know, they have a solid team. They've been playing for quite a long time. I just think that might give them the edge to win this game. And I don't know. I've just got that feeling because I've seen them play before. I know what they're capable of, and I haven't seen YoD, but I'm putting my money on Aura for this game as I know what they can do, and especially on Oregon, as I said, played so many times. Aura have got this hopefully in the bag if I can take +1 on the staff votes.
We'll bring up the standings for you guys once more just so you can have a better idea of who's where in the table. Obviously, we talked about our two contestants here today. Contestants, that sounds so formal, but contestants and YoD Sports versus Team R. Like I said, they sit one place below and beneath each other. YoD Sports are one place above them, and then Team R are a place below them. 7 points for Team R, 10 points for YoD Esports. At the top of the table, we obviously have Godinis. Again, they have some really experienced players on their
Yeah.
team, and it's helped them a hell of a bunch this season, going 5-1-1, having a shock loss on Monday against, I believe it was Barney's Trusted Dinosaurs. They lost that game. I believe it was 7-4. And then obviously just below them, well, the second and third, and well, yeah, no, the second place is actually heavily contested. You know, you have teams 1 place and 2 points beneath each other. You have Nerf Biters who's in that second place for now, up until the point where we see Guardians Alpha probably get a win or even a draw, and they could potentially overtake them. You obviously have Barney's Trusted Dinosaurs, who are a newer team inside of Talent League. They have some experienced players in Dinstar, for example, and also Discount, who played for Machine Soldiers Academy last season. Of course, they
Yeah.
were the Titan Series runners up and also the Champion Series winners. They won the whole damn tournament, and they were the best team across Major League last season. And then they decided to split up, and now we have two of their players on Barney's Trusted Dinosaur. Now, looking at that mid table or even just that third to, I want to say, sixth spot, are there any surprises for you, Squishy?
I mean, it's kind of what you expect to be there. The teams which aren't winning all their games, they're not dominating, but they're not getting absolute smash, right? Team of Victim, 18 Esports, like, they're all sitting there. They're happy there. They're in a good spot. They can jump up in those ranks instantly. It takes one game to go from like fifth to second. You know, all you need is that round difference, especially which comes in for the later part of the season, which can give you that one up. And I think they're happy sitting there. They know that there are teams above them which can be better than them, but they're happy for that. And moving on to Orion, the first map. Haven't cast in a long time. Give me that rust.
Nah, I feel you. I feel you. I can try my hardest to explain. Well, there's not really a lot of things that's different about Oregon so far. It still operates the same way that it has been
Yeah,
since the last season. The bans are going to be the exact same. I expect to see it Thatcher and Flores. But back to our conversation about the minor league table, because
yeah,
I wanted to answer this question a little bit myself. And I think I said this a little bit on the broadcast, or not the broadcast, the podcast that we do have where we discuss what's going on around Talent League. It's called Inside the Talent. We will upload the episode sometime soon. It's usually Golu, oh my God, Golu and Pyro who are on the podcast. I decided after Trippin asked me to, I joined in and I gave my insights or my 2 cents about what's going on around the minor and major league scene, as the Maverick is going to be banned ahead of the Flores for this matchup for YoD, and it'll be interesting to see what these two teams do forward coming on their defense when Mai comes out. But yeah, going back to my conversation when it comes to my surprises about what's going on around the minor leagues,
mm,
Guardians Alpha are in third place, and last season they were possibly the worst team in the minor league, and I'm surprised that obviously they made some nice changes. They've glowed up a little bit, as the young kids might say on those TikToks and Instagrams, and they look good this season, if I might say. I wouldn't have expected them to be so high up the table.
yeah. There's many teams, you know. One season they can have a rough patch, and then they should come out stronger and better. Some switches are needed for that, but on to uh, on to the first round. I'm feeling hyped. Obviously, we're going to see the Flores most likely throughout this game because it wasn't banned, and it's on bunker, on elbow, any kind of shield. If there's a Flores, you know it's going to get broken. There's
Attackers
nothing
need to
you can really
locate
do to
and
stop
defuse
it.
bombs.
Even a mute jamming, you can get rid of that quite easy as it does. But I mean, heading down to basement laundry first. We'll see the mirror come out. Mirror is open, and there's so many operators which are open, which my eye should be banned, but Neoni will head on that mirror and probably use those good angles on Freezer. I'm gonna guess box, try and take out any pressure from coming from bunker. Strong lineup from both teams. As you see, Neoni recently during Aura. As you can tell from the difference between all the endings going. Got Aura, and then got Air Swans. Also, one thing. Goyo. I love to see what they do with the show. I know I'm only saying this now, I just haven't been able to say it yet. I just love how they've done it, you know? I just want to point that out there. Really good.
Yeah, nah, the changes, I hate, you know what, I've seen so many, not debates, but like a lot of debates, well, I do, yeah, debates, a little bit, like hot takes on Twitter and hot takes on Reddit, and also debates about Goyo's rework, whether it was a buff or not, and it's so obvious that it is a buff for so many reasons, and they gave him more Vulcan canisters to work with as Equilibrium. Well, our esports are giving him so many bodies to work with. What the hell is going on? He gets his fourth. What is going on? Equilibrium just made the best entry that I've seen on a sledge, and he takes out 4 people, and it's an ace to start off the first round of minor league. What is going on?
What the hell just happened? Equilibrium guns down those members I never seen before. What a way to start off my entrance here. Like, what an entrance for Equilibrium, man. The way he just absolutely annihilates that top floor control, drops the hatch, and takes down the last man. Gee whiz, that is showing some dominance there from YoD Esports. And if I'm wrong, Aura, come on, man. You've got my vote. You're going to clutch it back. You're going to be thinking about that one strong and hard. One being shocked. I'm shocked as well. I mean, you can't do that, Equilibrium. You really can't. Run in with the LA on sledge. A massive hammer just gunning down those members from Aura. What a way to make your entrance into the minor again.
I'm just so confused about what Aura was trying to do there. They just threw body after body at the sledge. They didn't even push it together. They just did it like one by one. I've never seen something like that happen. That was, you know what, Equilibrium, hats off to you. That was probably, that was the quickest ace that I've ever seen in my life.
Top 5 players of the week, I'm telling you. It's up there. It's going to go up there.
Lord.
Well, no, okay. Mercy on Aura.
Yeah, Aura miserably failed the basement, I think that's fair to say, and it all started with the first floor control that crumbled very early on by the pressure of just one man with the L85 or L58 or whatever gun this is. I don't care anymore. The L852. That whole first floor was crumbled by one man with the L852. And no utility being used from YoD Esports. I mean, why would you? Are just running straight at you. So now they failed that basement site and they're going to go to the second floor. And it looks to be the same type of aggression towards that first floor. There is a player at the top of basement stairs. Equilibrium wasting a nade on that position. Or not really that position, but the zigzag hallway that besides classroom. Again, our Esports are trying to hold strong onto this first floor, but the only player here is Rose, and he might crumble under the impending doom that is these YoD Esports.
Yeah, it's Pintiero. First kill of the round, but taken by Blackland on the ace. I mean, if he went out, that would have been unfortunate. But Thinker will get him back to high P. Nearly instantly find the refrag on the acing man, Equilibrium himself. Lusky below. Does he get the impact off for the breach? Arctic will be a threat as your equals will be pressured by that. On the other side of the map, there's El Clopo. I think I got that right. Sorry, I don't know. El Clopo main stairs, you know, putting some pressure on, making sure that they can get the pinch in the late rounds when needed. But Neoni, he is there. He has the hatch beneath him to drop when and if he wants to. But still, Tusky inside meeting. Got pressure coming in from Bourbon. It will easily take that headshot for himself and will drop the hatch and retreat. Probably back up white if I'm gonna make a bet. Neoni trying to just hold El Clopo. He will get the sound and they will be laying below. Will decide to push though. Hero will equalize the man count on the board. Macamo falls. Back onto the cams he goes with 55 seconds remaining and Ace breaching. Site wall is gonna have a lot of pressure on Aura Esports as they slowly get pinched.
have to hold on to the pressure that is happening around them on the site. YoD Esports have opened so many lines of sight, especially towards the attic. Hero is an addict himself, and he can push on these players and dorms from, or not secret, not secret, my fault. But yeah, and from attic, Seif throws out a nitro cell, or not Seif, Seif throws out a nitro cell, doesn't hit its mark, and at the moment we're at a 3v3, but 20 seconds left for the attackers to make a play here, and well, that is not a play that you want made. El Clapo down on the ground, and now he's able to revive himself with the adrenaline surge. But 10 seconds are left for the attackers. They try and go for a desperate attempt at a plant, but it's still to get one. He could get himself another. There's 2 kills on the board for RA Esports. The planter's down, and it is a round for RA Esports. Very, very close up until those last few seconds where the attackers, they had to get desperate. They were clutching at straws, but they couldn't find a single one.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They tried to get, especially Al Clapper, just at the end, they tried to get that double, but only managed to down one. And just the time got to them. They had to do something there. They couldn't get the plant down in time. And Aura Esports really responding to that first round from Equilibrium, as he fell very early in the round. I think it went to his head. Well, I think we can establish it went to his head. Tried to play 2 out, only got picked off for it, but we'll be heading not to basement, as I think that's they've warned themselves about that. They will be heading to the dining kitchen, where I believe it's going to be one of those default setups which you see in a high elo comp. You know, you're going to have the Maestria cameras, the default plant, possibly the shield and bathroom hallway, the showers hallway, and the showers rotate to, you know, get out of the situation, but no castle. Right, I usually see castle insights just to block off the back pushes from meeting a main and some of the windows. And gotta look out for it, especially there's not Equilibrium, but El Clapo, who was on thing, he was a main, you know. He was lurking for a bit until he had to use his nades and make himself noticed. Really, even for all teams who's listening, or all players, you know, you really have to watch out for lurking players, and if you don't cover those angles, it can really bite you back.
We sit at 1-1 at the moment. Still very early days to call this game, but that is an early kill for YoD Esports. Black Lennon taking out Rose, an aggressive peek, and the Thunderbird gets punished for it, and that's already RA Esports with the man down, but they equalize that equation. Niani getting Burb, and that's the Nomad off the board, so these flanks will be open sesame or open season for RA Esports. They'll take every opportunity to get those flanks off now that the Nomad is down and out for the count. YoD Esports having to be more careful about what's going on behind their back. But the focus here for YoD Esports, it looks to be a top 4 clear, as top 4 is very, very important for this kitchen dining site, as it would be if it were kitchen and meeting. You have to take control of the top 4, or especially if you want to get a quick plant down by rear stage if you're going for kitchen meeting, or even if you're going for kitchen dining, you want to get an easy plant down in dining room, or kitchen, my fault. But another kill on the board for RA Esports, and that's El Guapo off the board. This YoD Esports attack looks weaker, and it could be made even weaker if some picks don't go their way.
Yeah, some good swings by your Esports, finding those early picks, and then obviously getting first blood on his team side. And just getting those early picks, getting them early advantage really just sets the mood for the rest of the round. He can Equilibrium, doesn't go for 3 buy, but no bullets land. Takes up the nade. Does he know he's close to? I believe there's an ADS there to stop it. The other way, he hears him run away. I don't know if he's going to go for the nade or not. He's whipping it backing up, but now with top control, in Rogers Esports hand up with pop and reach and charge, putting pressure onto kitchen. Looking like it will be kitchen execute, as a lot of crosshairs placing on there. 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to have to do something, and hopefully they don't burn time as much as they did last round, making sure they have enough time to get that plant down and lock down the site. Just playing very aggressive during the kitchen. Look for the headlight holes. Equilibrium, very low HP, but Leonie very low as well. Will trade out their health, but Equilibrium will charge herself back up to somewhat of a decent HP to tank a gunfight. The time's just ticking here, 1B. They're going to have to do something. They do try and go for the meeting, I believe, as Ace still has 2 Ace charges left in hand. And yeah, they're going to go for that default plant in the back of the corner. They know exactly what they're doing. They're just going to hope that first one works out for them. But Neoni go for the swing, but playing already. But the refrag from Pac-Man will make it the 2v3. Still the man advantage for Aura Esports. Nothing else happening. They're going to have to go for the plant now, as they have 0 time left on the clock. The swing comes out. Black Lennon finds a strip on the round. chill, pulse. Hero left to cover the push, but no, it's an easy round for Aura as they take down the diffuser and take down the covering man. A good way to find their second round on the board.
Good pinch at the end there for our esports, but the negative though for YoD is the fact that they took it was obvious that they took too long. But what did they take too long doing, right? It's the second floor. It's the second floor. It was the attempt at a sec as the at the second floor. Oh my God! It's the attempt at gaining control of the second floor. Say it's a tongue twister. I don't know what the hell happened there, but yeah, it was a really slow attempt at taking the top floor. Obviously,
Attackers
they
need to
had
locate
people
and
to
defuse
worry
bomb.
about. There was, I believe it was not Rose, sorry, because he died very early on. It was not only Pakamu, and
Yeah.
he got at least like 2 picks on that top floor. And Yachty Sports, after those 2 picks, they were slowed down, and
And look,
they ran out of ideas after that, especially when the time started to tick down
yeah.
into the last 20 to 10 seconds.
I said to myself when that was happening, it's like it looks like Aura Esports are attacking YoD are defending, right? They're holding angles and YoD need to be going in there, using their flashes, pushing and using their utility to take up top floor, and not just holding the angles. Wait, even though they got swing ons, you got to swing back. Your aggression, firefights
Attackers are
fighting.
moving out to
I
locate
just
a
feel
bomb
like
and defuse it.
YoD Esports weren't as aggressive as they should have been. As you said, they did not have enough time to do vertical and then make a decision, as they then completely changed the decision and went all the way for meeting, and only one was left. Top back basement equilibrium. Hopefully for him, he will find the ace, or esports. I don't think he's gonna allow it. One trick pony. Don't think they're gonna allow him to do it again. He will be joining out from small tower side. Small tower side. I have a feeling it's gonna be a freezer main. Kind of push as we have both pinchers from main and small tower. Push down sight. Again, Mummy, we saw this problem the first time. Well, now we actually get to see it. This meeting odd. A heavy roam up top. Security drops.
Perfect shot.
Attackers bomb
Don't know if that was on purpose. But he does already drop, and I think it's just a waste time here. I really think a solid 1 minute is gonna be waste trying to clear vertical inside of YoD.
This is the thing though for our esports. Again, like you said, it seems to be a heavy top floor presence, and that much is signaled by the fact that they did pop E-Box hatch. Though Suki is going to be the first to fall.
Ooh.
What are our esports doing? They're over aggressing
Attackers
onto
recovered the
YoD
bomb
Esports, and they're
diffuser.
basically feeding them the kills, walking straight into their line of sight, and they get punished for it. I promise you, I bet they have a surprise Pikachu face off of that. That is absolutely ridiculous. But our esports, the bright side here is that they do have a Capkin, and they also have a smoke on board. What the Capkin can do, since YoD Esports are already attacking so slow, is make them second guess their entries, or even if YoD Esports are not careful, those Capkin traps can explode on impact. But for the most part, it looks like YoD Esports have taken care of those traps. The only thing that could really slow them down for Rose is the fact that he does have a nitro cell, and for Seal, he obviously has those smoke grenades that can last for about like up to like 15 seconds. And if YoD Esports are as slow as they have been in these previous rounds, our esports, they could do something here. Again, he only also has a nitro cell, so that's 2 nitro cells for our esports. That can be good. That can be good for like plant denial. But for YoD Esports, again, where is this attack coming from? Well, it's coming from every single side. From the rear stage stairs, from Freezer, and also from main stairs itself. And also from Elbow. Burb just rushing in and taking out Seal. Those are those smoke grenades gone. He only has to retake Elbow. He gets one. Rose finds another, but there goes the one coverage situation. He only has to find himself 3 players. He's already found himself 1, so he'll be on a squad if he can find all 4 of these kills. Nitro Cell used, but it doesn't hit. Plant going down. His shots don't hit, and it is YoD Esports to take another round.
I mean, Yanni could do much in that 1v3. I mean, too many angles coming at him. Every single crosshair of YoD Esports members, as you said, there's one elbow, there's one wrist stage, there's one freeze, there's one main, and there's one pushing hallway. Every single crosshair is being put to use, and that's what we didn't see from Aura. They dropped the hatch, they tried to go for some crazy swing, and crosshair was right banging on their head, and I think Aura Esports just basement isn't their forte. I think that's to say
Attackers need to locate
it was
and
clear
defuse
that
as
that
many
round,
bombs
or
as they
both
can.
rounds, really shows that the top hold didn't really go to full use. I mean, both of them dropped the hatch, very early. I mean, extremely early, and I don't know who was on the cap gun, but he was trying to hold the top 3 stairs, but it took 5 seconds for him to get him off. They got, I think, 30 seconds into the round, and then they tried to go back up. They just get picked off. Easy for YoD Esports as they hopefully try to move on to get that 3rd round of this game. And back to top floor. I'm
10 seconds to
seeing
go.
a very equal round to what we saw kids in bedroom last
5
time.
seconds left
It's
before
going to come
insertion.
down to the time, and YoD Esports aren't going to have it just like it was in kitchen dining.
Attackers objective is to locate
The
bomb.
one thing that I'm seeing from this attack, or well, what the bans have an effect on when it comes to the attack or defense, but mainly for the attack, is the Maverick ban coming out. Usually, if Maverick is left on a board, teams will go for a split take from the south side from the map, and plus the north side. The north side being obviously from attic, and the south side being towards that master bedroom / trophy area. YoD Sports can't necessarily do that. I mean, they do have the 0 in play, and the last time they attacked this site, they did attack from attic with the 0 hard breaches, using his utility to clear off of the hard breach denial from that attic wall. So the main focus for YoD Sports is probably going to be the same push, but maybe this time just a little bit quicker. And if they can take out Suki first, I mean, that would help them out a lot. Suki's getting very aggressive here in meeting equilibrium, sneaking up freezer stairs, but none of these players have ran into each other. Also joining Suki is Neoni on this room. So if Suki dies, then Neoni is left all by his lonesome. But as long as these 2 players are working together, it may spell trouble for YoD. Oh,
Yep, still gets taken out. Final Clopper. Not wasting any time this time round. He knows that time will not be on his side. Ace, I don't know if he's trying to get vertical. Doesn't look like it, but they will manage to get one. Trying to get Attic. We're trying to take down Pakamu? Pakamu inside Attic, lower side of Attic, but Black Lennon, oof. He'll be back on flying cams as Suki will go running down back to basement where he came from after he takes out the hard support on that team, and also Diffuser. The Elrobo will be there to try and get the Diffuser back and hopefully get planted in the later seconds, but he doesn't know where Suki's gone. He can come up freezer, can come up main. Doesn't know. He will come up freezer. We'll go back up right. Safe in sight. He goes. Time is ticking, slowly depleting as the push from Hero inside Attic. Unpacking my left to cover. Shrinking. Drones flowing to Suki. They know he's there, but they can't do much about it. 45 seconds. Tick-tock for YoD Esports and Pakima. We'll find Hero, so that gunfight is easily won by Aura. Equilibrium trying to find an A from beneath. Pakima finds a double for him and takes out Burb. And Nomad from flanks. 2v4, 36 from Meth. 30 seconds remaining. Has the fuse in hand, but has that member close to him. You know he's there. Lose the Banshee. Will go off for Equilibrium, but the prone from Suzuki. Equilibrium does not expect that, and we'll end it on a double. 2 doubles for Esports. And second round win for them on Kids' bedroom. What a defense. Right? Strong defense by them. Clear that Kids' bedroom is their cup of tea.
turns out it is. And YoD Sports, the main thing that they've been struggling with is from the kids dorms area. But for what reason? Well, time. They get the first pick. They got the first pick into this round like they did last time on kids. But the main issue for them is just time. You know, they lose the ace, the diffuser is dropped. It
Attackers
is
need
in
to
a
locate and
easily
defuse bombs.
retrievable position for YoD Sports because it's right next to his teammate. So luckily for him, it's not that big of a deal. The unfortunate problem again is for YoD Sports is their time management. They seem to struggle with that, not only on kids, but also what the current site that we're going to right now, which is kitchen dining, where when they were trying to take control of the top floor, which is crucial for attackers, they struggled for like a majority of that round, and
10
they
seconds
figured
left
out
before
in the
insertion.
later stages of that round that, hey, look, we might need to go for the more
5
direct
seconds to
approach
go.
through meeting, and that didn't net them anywhere in that
Attackers
round.
are
They
heading
were
out to
easily
defuse the bomb.
dispatched by the remaining 2 YoD Sports players. It was Suki and Pakamu just in that round. That was like, I believe that was round five, I believe. No, round 3, sorry. Round 2, my fault. or not round 2. As I try and get by. No, it's round 3, so I was right. In round 3, where we had that same. And it's again for YoD Esports. If they're gonna try and go for this top 4, they need to be a little bit more decisive about where they or how they want to execute it, because they know where they want to execute it at. They need to be a little bit more decisive and a little bit quicker with their decisions on where they would want to execute it.
Equilibrium already beneath half HP. Nyani will stay in this corner. I mean, they're completely. I think they've taken the fight their time. Hero runs in without a shadow of a doubt, but no drones. They have enough time. I mean, they've used their time to run in. They haven't used their time to join out. As Nyani will sit safely in that corner. Rosai will find Black, and then the 4v5 is now implemented on this round. Black Linen on the hard spot as well, already falling. Lovely shot from Pakamu. Takes up the 3v5 now. Slowly gaining attic wall. Hero just finally find first kill for his team. Taking out Tsuki, who was the member roaming above, but Rosai will slowly go up those white stairs, try and implement some pressure for his team here. And on at 30, they've definitely used their time a lot stronger, as they have 50 seconds last time they attacked this, but are they going to sit there? Or is El Clopper going to get to work on the vertical seal? Hit very low HP, and he's still going to stay in there. He's not going to run away. Actually, he will run away. He'll sit safely in Green Hallway. I will have the window to see if they do want to jump out for the sound, but Neoni's still sitting there. I mean, that's a power play. If one of them decides to go down, kitchen side, he can push up and easily take them out, but 1 minute left on the clock. Equilibrium trying to make the play, but so much utility on the side of Aura Esports to just slow them down, stopping them. They've wasted a lot of time up here. No frags, no verticality damage. They're holding angles. They're playing as if they're on defense. They need to make a move before Aura Esports capitalize on it.
I wonder, this is the thing though, from these attacks and the direction that YoD Esports are taking it, I wonder if top 4 is the play for them, or even if they should just go for a more direct route for dining from like small tower. It just doesn't seem like they don't like that attack. Maybe top 4 is something that's a little bit more effective for them, but I think they should try and adjust to what our esports are bringing. Seal isn't watching his back. His teammate isn't either. Equilibrium, he's gonna go to the past few rounds, but he's finally reappeared and rematerialized himself. But oh, Rose in a 1v2 now, maybe get a 1v1. El Clapo's down, and so is Equilibrium. Rose takes the round for our esports. He takes that 2K. He takes the 1v2, and our esports, they will take that as well. They move themselves ahead on the round, and they take the half 4-2.
I mean, Equilibrium gets 2. Rosai says no problem, he'll get another 2 as well. What a 1v2 clutch from Rosai with his game sense. But that will end the half. Or Esports sitting comfortably on 4 rounds in YoD, treading just behind on 2. But this is very common, especially on Oregon. Heavy defensive side of the map, and it was clear that YoD Esports was a basement laundry kind of guy.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Kind of forte, but they will not be going there. We'll be going to Kids and Bedroom. Equilibrium, is he okay? He's walking a bit funny there. Don't know if he was gonna disconnect, but I mean, Equilibrium, he's got some impact frags on him, especially that ace. I mean, after that ace, he hasn't done much, right? He did get those 2 kills, but that's about it. In 5 rounds, he has only got he hasn't done much for team in terms of frags, but obviously I don't know what's happening behind my screen. They could be doing something else in their mind. But either way, a strong half for Equilibrium. Hopefully trying to get the 14-7 on each side. And we'll go to the 0. Now 0 is being used by Hero, and it's not being used by Rosie.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Is 0 a new strat, or is it just as OP as it is on Chalet?
I think it's due to the fact that Maverick is banned, so 0 is probably the better option here, because he has those fan cameras that can like get rid of utility on the wall, and then also he has hard. You know, you could say that if Maverick is banned, you can bring out a 0 just because of what he brings out onto the attack. It's kind of like what Maverick does. Maverick has 2 grenades, and unfortunately 0 doesn't have those anymore. So I'm guessing that's why. I'm pretty sure if Flores was banned instead of the Maverick, we would see Maverick, because this is his usual push. But now that 0 is here, he's overtaken that pedestal. But yeah, Esports, they lead by 2, and they're now on the defense. The more favorite side on Oregon, one of their players almost got their head taken off. They could get their head taken off again if they keep being so ballsy, but they escape with their lives, and they also escape with their heads. More important, Black Linen running the GSG9 shotgun.
I mean, it can come in clutch later on, you know, you just prone in the corner.
Yeah.
It's been unexpected. Another thing which is unexpected is that the castle. Yeah, it can come with those angles, but I mean, they can just shoot it down with the gun sticks. The amount of utility which is on the side of Aura to break that down is quite unreal. Pakima will go low, but once again, it's nearly half, equalizing his speed with Bird. El Capo will go for the jump out, and Rosai will fall. 4v5 now in favor of YoD Esports on this defensive round. Equilibrium goes back up by stairs after trying to do a jump out small cell. 1 minute left on the clock. They're gonna have to do something here. Not Esports. Gotta fight back, and that's exactly what they do. Tasuki takes out Hero, who will then further watch his teammates. Hopefully not the plate from this round. Breach getting open. Verbal trying to roll on before he gets naked from beneath. Shotgun in hand, he's hoping that seal will go to the peak. Switches the SMG-11. There's still a shotgun there if he wants to use it. Droning out though. Will they spot that? I don't think they will. It's an unexpected spot. It's an off angle, which they're not going to be ready for, but Equilibrium, he will definitely take that off angle to his advantage and take out Tasuki. Trying to pick these YoD players off into sight. It's becoming a clear sign that it's going to be difficult. There's 30 seconds left of the clock. They do have defuse in hand. They're going to have to go for a push here. Still, Flash is going in. Will they go for the plant though? No. Black Lennon will find that kill onto Neil with the headshot. Or Neil knee. 2v4 now. Make that a 2v3. Spackling finds off Bird. Make it a 1v3. They'll come find a double and then end it off with a triple. Pakima will fall last, and a good round by YoD Esports to set the tone for the defense.
Yep. Sorry. I was gonna say something, but yeah. A good 4K though from, or not 4K. Sorry. Yeah. No, a good 4K from the Castle El Clapo, who was able to get it. Or was it? Yeah, it was El Clapo. I had my notes right. Yeah, El Clapo to get the 4K there, and YoD Esports, they find their third, only separating the gap that
Attackers need to
exists between
locate
them
and
and our
defuse
Esports by
bombs.
only 1 round. Again, they are on the favorite side of Oregon, which is the defense, so they do have that advantage. Getting a 4-2 half wasn't the end of them, as a lot of people may have thought it was. Their attacks, for the most part, weren't the best, but they did get a good half out of it. They got a 4-2 half. At least it wasn't a 5-1 half at that, which could obviously destroy the mentals of teams mid-game if that were the case. But for YoD Esports, getting a 4-2 half, not the worst spots, and they proved it just in that round on the defense, getting that third round, separating the gap to 1. Now YoD going on to their secondary site. The primary site for them was kids' dorms. Now it is basement, and it looks to be the same type of strat that we saw from Aura, a heavy first floor hold, and they have the castle to support them in that.
Instead of it being a meeting, will be kitchen centered. And again, both of these top holds, they have the escape hatch to drop when and if needed. And also it's bulletproof. Bulletproof can like shoot lasers like this, like an EMP.
Yeah.
Oh well, there goes Flores, and this is why you should ban Flores on Esports. This is gonna hurt for you, especially Smoke being on that shield, and 3 ADSs put on that shield, and now it's gone. It's gone, like just like that one. In seconds, it's been deleted from this game, and I think Rosa is just gonna walk away from Bunker. That's his job. He's done over there. Just put some pressure on to make sure that they constantly have to watch that, can't turn their back to it. It's now turning onto this hot spot inside of YoD Esports' kitchen. They have so many rotates. They have so many ways to get out of this situation if they need to, and if they find the frags or not. He could have tanking some bullets for his team. Main lobby pressure applying to El Capo, as well as the shower hallway. Going out from the bulletproof, the EMP. Waiting for El Capo to swing. I mean, if he's going to swing, might get deleted with the SMG-11, not a strong long-range weapon. But 3 members from Aura Esports, 1 in main, just to take on these players. Time will slowly tick.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw it on your screen, but Equilibrium peeked out of the double doors from meeting that was, and the person outside that is, I believe that is Yanni, just missed out on him, but El Guapo doesn't miss out on him. Oh my god, that was a nice shot on Taniani, taking out the Nomad, who was watching the rotations in meeting. He's taken out. So is Sil. This push from our Esports has just been destroyed, but so has this hope from Aura as 2 players fall for them. And now the equation is equal between both of these teams, but there are still 2 players that are off the site, and one of them has just died. The only one who's left all on this first floor is Hero, and he has to stave off as much pressure as he can, but the pressure is too much. Now Burb in the 1v3 situation. We've seen so many smokes in 1v3s or in 1vx in general, and they have been able to clutch it out. Will Burb be known as one of those players?
He will definitely find that single up on top. No chance, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't seem like. Oh, I think he's heard him there. He will go for the swing. Easily take out Rozai with a nice headshot. Defuse it is the hand of Suki, so they will go for the plant. And a main. Going down the main stairs completely. Does not take notice of Burb. Probably thinks he dropped the hatch. Pressure going down. Suki gets a plant down laundry, but can take it out from the swing. Will it time though? Time will slowly deplete. And he doesn't survive it. Suki gets off the diffuser and instantly takes out Burb. I mean, let's just end it on the whiff, period. Next round for Burb, I think. Just got to move on from that, as the 1v3 was totally there. And that's disappointing for YoD Esports.
Most definitely. I thought Burb had that. I really did. And it was approaching the last few seconds. Had he killed the planter, that would have probably been the round for YoD. But unfortunately for him, our Esports just had a little bit of luck on their side, and that luck was just Burb whiffing his shots and Suki being able to get off the plant quick enough in order to take out the smoke player. That is a heartbreaker from YoD, but you know, they suffered heartbreaks on this site, but they're gonna still go back to it anyways. The most interesting part about what happened the last round was why that shield tripping zoom is that? What the hell is this?
It's a Russia.
I don't like that.
They did it last round. It's just you didn't take note of it because Flores just wait. Yeah. What is this from Aura Esports? Sophia needs to take a oh, you gotta be dangerous to do that one. Oh, I just realized. Oh, the hype coming out from me. Gee, Louise, Aura Esports trying to hunt this match. Forget about that show. I don't care about. No,
attackers must locate.
Nah, bro.
We don't care. Look at this. Just sit back and relax. Just sit back.
Okay.
And relax.
Okay. We don't care about that shield, but we do care about this shield. Our Esports obviously setting up for a Roche from a Rush. And look, they have they have a lot of explosive power, not only in the guns but also in their utility, and they're going to start this off with the bang, but Leone just dies off rip. Still is able to get the quick trade, and we are watching the rush of the Century, ladies and gents. Suki gets a double, but Seal is taking out. Now, the brush has calmed down just a little bit, but Suki on the other side of the map has found his third in this game, but he is quickly taken out from Burb from a nice shot. He did whiff last round, but he doesn't whiff this round, as we even out the equation to 8-3-2.
Oh, he's trying to give props to Blades here, trying to get his pistol to get some connection. Equilibrium fall back, reinforcing that rotate. As Burb will stack on site with 0 smoke canisters left. Will be dangerous if it comes down to the last seconds, but I don't think it will, as the aggression will nextly come up with the shield to protect Rozzy. No damage will be implemented on him. He knows that one is freeze out, and he knows that one is got to be on site. Burb very low HP, and Pakamu and Rozzy, they're in their good scene. They're on very high HP, and they manage to make their gunfights. It's an easy round, and Burb gets picked off. He is not lurking at any time in highway. Finds a shot on Pakamu. There to cover, he finds Rozzy on the plant. Now it's looking dangerous for Aura Esports. Has this rush turned out to a rush failure? Trying to find his double digits on this round. It's equilibrium. Found the first round with an ace. He's got to pull something out of his hat. Plant going down. Because time will not be a problem for Pakamu as he gets that plant down just now. It's a job. It's a mission for equilibrium as he hunts down Pakamu, but with the HP advantage, it could really shut the game. He's going to be playing that post-plant scenario with the walls, with the open, softer wall. Playing the head height as well. He's got so many angles to take down equilibrium. The tap comes out, will go highway. Waiting for Pakamu to swing, but Pakamu, he's got the brain. He knows when to not swing. A Runegate will go up, but he's still got the angle. He can go through that Runegate and still be able to survive. The triple tap. doesn't bait out Pakamu, but yes it does. Goes to swing, but back in his corner he goes. He's gonna have to stick. It's the only thing he can do. But he can't because the angles, and Pakamu will complete the rush and take the round win as match point is all for them and their favor. What a way to get match point.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't the most convincing of rushes from our esports, but what rush have we seen that's been that convincing? Or, whoa, most of the rushes haven't been, in the history of Siege itself, have never been that convincing before, because usually it's very easy for the defenders to catch attackers off guard by taking those direct gunfights, swinging on them, and hitting their shots properly. Unfortunately for YoD Esports, for a majority of that round,
Defenders,
our
protect your
esports
bombs from
and both
being
YoD
defused by
Esports
attackers.
trading back and forth between each other, and it came up until the 1v1 where we saw, I believe it was Equilibrium, Pakamu and Equilibrium, and the 1v1, and Pakamu, not, yeah, Pakamu was just able to clutch that out, and Equilibrium, like you said during that, he just had so many angles working against him, from tarp, from pillars itself too. There was no real reason as to why Pakamu couldn't have won that, especially with the amount of time that Equilibrium wasted trying to get on and off of the diffuser. And we all know that, like, you have to, like, there's a timer for the diffuser as well. And once it hits that 7-second mark, you won't be able to defuse it in time. So now, YoD Esports, they find themselves trailing by 3. It was 1 just a couple of rounds ago, but they find themselves now trailing by 3. Our esports now on a map into points, and right here, right now, they could grab the 4 points and propel themselves up further up the table. And Suki, he makes that almost. He could almost make that a guarantee for them as he takes out Equilibrium first.
Yeah, and I mean, trying to stop kill. I mean, 6 picking, not 6 to. Can I call it 6 picking if they change things? What should I call it? Changing. Thank you. Changing to no. Attack. Thank you. Change to no. Attack and repick. That sounds really good. Changing to no. In the repick phase. I mean, just unexpected, isn't it? For Equilibrium, you hope that he will be able to find his 10th kill if he's 14 yard. But it's looking like, oh, I'm going to let this round go to waste. Blank Linen on the shotgun again, and as I said before, it can come in handy when it's needed. Or Esports, oh no, Bob! You don't want to be that on your highlight reel for sure. Was I be able to get a 6th kill in the round on El Capo, trying to find that refrag onto him, but Tsuki will finish the job onto Hero. Not much of a hero during this game. He's only find himself 5 kills. Tsuki's feeling himself with 13. Rosai on the repel. We'll possibly find the guy playing top right stairs close to swing. Power play, really. They're going to have to go for the swing. They're going to have to do something. Pull something out of the hat. The swing comes out. El Capo will find his way safely back in sight. Black Linen with the shotgun. And pressure being on site. The push is now being implemented inside of Aura Esports. Pakamu finding the last, and the feet will be picked off by YoD. And there goes the game. Aura Esports will take my start prediction to the dreams and to the truth. What a way from Equilibrium absolutely annihilating from the first round. So Aura Esports pulling back from the rush to the plant to the win. What a game.
Yeah, for the most part, our esports looked like they were in control of this matchup from, not really the first round, but from the rounds after that. As long as they didn't go to basement, they could have probably taken that half 5-1, but they went to basement twice and they lost it twice, and that's unfortunate for them. But what's fortunate for them is the fact that they take the whole game 7-3. YoD Esports, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, look at this VOD, and see what went wrong for them. And for the most part, when it came to their attacks, it was just all about pacing, and they kept trying to go for the same push over and over and over again, and they didn't really adjust to what our esports were bringing to them.
Yeah, I mean, especially the gunpowder, which I talked about beforehand. It really showed Tsuki and Pacman both dropping 13 and 5 deaths, and Tsuki dropping 6 assists. That is something to see. I mean, don't really see that, especially from a player like him. But I mean, we'll take it for his team, and that's an easy win for our esports. As I mean, 4 rounds difference. As you said, they will be back on the drawing board for YoD Esports, and that will place Team Aura on 7th with 10 points, and now have the same points as YoD Esports. So I would say a solid game for them, as they are slowly by one, making their way to the top placements and the top spots in terms of placement. And what a game you see from mine. I mean, it's just so funny. Equilibrium drops 5 1B, and then instantly 0 kills for 5 rounds. Finds 2 at the end, and Aura draw back. I mean, I really thought it was gone for Aura, but I think they really pulled themselves together,
Mm.
together,
It's
together, and yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot of mental fortitude to be
Yeah.
able to have a round that devastating and then be able to be like, okay, we're taking control from here on out, and they did.
Yeah.
But well, we are gonna head into a quick break. We will be back with you guys though with another game, and that game is from our major league. We will tell you guys the participants of that match in just a little bit, but do not go anywhere because we will be back soon. Actually, I do have the participants. My fault. It is Praetorian versus Maestria Esports. This is a huge game, so you better not miss out on it.
Huge game, guys. See you after break.
Control here. He's actually on blue with the diffuser, so they can't plant yet. They have got the site control, but they haven't got the diffuse. He's pushed behind. Gorgo's got a 2K! What's going on? He gets a kill. Mathos gets the plant behind. Gorgo plant's going down behind the blue Parians, but he doesn't know where they are. Plant's going down. He doesn't see him. Mathos is just looking at denial. Impact tricking at this point. But actually, the plant's going down. Prophet gets a kill onto Lance versus 5 versus 3 situation. But I don't think they actually realise that the plant's going down. Yes, the plank has actually gone down. Gecko gets a kill with the impact. And make that 5.
You found some picks, and they're probably not in the best position to get that plant down anyway. But a wonderful opening pick onto Hunter the Thorn off the table, and this is going to give him the signal to flood on in upstairs. He's already taken that bar present, taken that control. No rotate between these two sites, but the Vault player is swinging into his domain. Bart on a double kill shuts down Spliz, and he's going to be looking for even more. 13 takes some damage on red stairs. He's going to be forced to pull back, but critical. He's the next one to take on the challenge, and Bart, a triple kill. There's no stopping him now when this is
Maybe a small people now. I did hear barricades being taken out, but that is the shield already gone. He has to be careful here forever of where he's peeking. The first kill bomb.
There's a refrapping onto the YoD. There's no time left for the plant. It has to be Havana now, so it's basically a 1v3 for Avok. Avok does not even survive, and now they get denied as well. It's
Walking closet here. Very risky position to be in with that right side hole being opened, and more importantly, the left side of that triple wall also being open. Zarok gets the first kill onto Raku. They've got the angles from Humble Academy. That walking closet is almost immediately there. A bit aggressive there from Struso as Zarok manages to find him out, but he's down to 10 HP. He's just taking damage from every single position here, and he's got 35 seconds to make something work. He's going to go from this console. It's a beautiful kill onto Case in there. Triple kill on the round. Will he be able to find the 4th kill for the clutch? 30 seconds there, just dancing around, just a lot of damage onto Bar. It's all up to this situation. They're both one shot. One shot will finish this round. Oh, Bart's just going to hide in this corner. Will he get the kill? Yes, he does. Sour gets the 4K clutch.
Welcome, and welcomes. We just got finished with our minor league game. That one was a really good one to cast. It was our Esports taking the dub over YoD Esports, a 7-3 win as they coasted to victory. Once they switched over to the attack, it was all done for YoD Esports as they struggled to find a way back into this game. But now we head over into our major league game where we have Praetorian versus Maestria Esports. Both of these teams are on the opposite sides of the table, if I'm being honest. If we could bring those standings up, then we can give you a little bit more context. Praetorian, obviously sitting at first place, have been undefeated so far, and Maestria, well, they sit in eighth place. They've had one win, one draw, and one loss, and they are only on 4 points. Now, heading into this matchup, a lot of you guys have expected them to win it out, and so have the staff. But before we get into the staff and community vote and also the maps that we are going to be playing on, I'm still Wumby and this is still Squishy, and we are hoping that we can we can cast over some good seeds today because Praetorian have been in charge. They've taken the major league by its neck, and some of these games have just been easy for them, like a breeze for them so far.
Yeah, I do, and I break my voice. I really do want to see some top quality players coming out from Praetorian as what we're expecting. I mean, Maestro, I'm not doubting them. I'm not saying no, but if they want to come up with some clutches, I'll be happy to cast that. I'll be happy to scream as loud as I possibly can. And I do really want to see some top quality R6 game players, especially coming back from break. I want to be welcome with Praetorian, showing them that they deserve first place spot on the standings. And we are heading in to Chalet, which is a fun map, right? We do see Chalet a lot, and especially we saw Zero last game. It's played a lot, right? We do see Zero implemented a lot throughout various maps, and I think Chalet is one of the strongest maps. One beat, if I'm right, and haven't seen Chalet a lot of recently in terms of just in general esports.
I don't think I've seen it this week, or I've seen it last week. I remember when I was coaching casting O-Tribe
Yeah.
with Pyro. That was a game in which we watched. That game went all the way into max OT, and I think it was Loud Esports to win it out. But both teams are ready, so we will head into our first map of Chalet. But we are gonna first, before we head into the map, we are gonna go ahead and go with you
Predictions.
guys when it predictions, yes, predictions, but also the staff vote and the community vote. You guys have a say in it, but we will start off with what our staff have to say. And judging by the predictions, of course, a majority of the staff have voted for Praetorian to win. 87% of the staff in particular have voted for them to win. 13% think that Maestria might surprise Praetorian. I'm obviously one of the 87%. I voted for Praetorian to win. I have been ever since I think the first week that I saw them play, and my vote has not been misplaced. But the community vote is also in as well. The majority still think that Praetorian would win. 72% for Praetorian, 29% for Maestria. That one's a little bit more balanced, but not really. So
Yeah.
we head into Chalet. Praetorian are obviously favorites to win this match. I don't think I need to say more. Chalet is the first map we are going to be heading to, and that is Maestria's pick. So, Squishy, judging by that, Maestria again, eighth place. What do you expect for them on Chalet?
Well, for Maestro, Maestro,
Yeah, yeah, Maestria.
Maestro, I'm gonna go Maestro. I mean, I don't know. They are starting off on tack, and Clubhouse, not Clubhouse, just Chalet is it's pretty even, but is defender sided at most. And I have a feeling Praetorian. I mean, they've shown their dominance well throughout this season, right? One, but we've seen them go crazy. The clips which they pull and the wins which they take. It's quite an endless list really. And unless Maestro pulls another pocket, they're gonna have to go something which is never done before. Praetorian, they're expecting what they're going to do. I bet they've probably got someone watching their games. They know exactly what they're going to be doing right, what they're going to be doing wrong, and how to counter it. And with Thatcher Flores off the board, it's going to be even more difficult to attack. And Praetorian, I mean, I have a feeling they're going to get a very good head start on the defensive side.
Yeah, Flores and Thatcher are almost usually the buddies on this map to get banned on the attack. Kaid and Mira also finding their way onto this map. If it's not a Kaid and Mira, then it is a Womai and Mira. Mira is obviously one of the more the most banned defensive operators
Hmm.
on Chalet just because of how good she is at providing intel, but also setting up lines of sight when it comes to like the top floor in particular, but also even towards dining room and also on the basement if teams decide to go in the basement. But it's mainly towards the first and second floor where she is most effective. Flores is really, really good when it comes to utility clearance, especially on the top floor as well.
Attackers need
One
to
power
locate
position
and
that I can
defuse
think
as
of
many
is the
bombs as they
on
can.
the top of the library hallway stairs, where you can
Attackers
set
have
where
discovered
defenders
the
usually set up
location
a
of a
shield,
bomb.
and with one Flores drones, those can be taken off pretty handily, along with the utility that surrounds the shield. So Flores is obviously going to defend out here now. But for the first site the Praetorian do pick, they pick the kitchen and dining site, and well, we all know how to defend the kitchen dining site. We all know the plan of attack for Maestria. Usually teams like to go for a dining room take and they attack the main lobby, or
10
sometimes
seconds
depending
remaining.
on where the defense is set up, since second floor is so important
5
for kitchen
seconds to
dining. You
insertion.
have to hold on to the second floor, or else you might as well just kiss this site and this round goodbye.
Attackers are moving
Usually
to
teams
defuse the
try to take
bomb.
control of the second floor just so they can establish vertical angles from above. But in saying that, the defenders like to establish vertical angles too on the
Yeah.
second floor.
There's another thing some people might have not noticed. SCP did actually repick from Jackal to Nomad. Now, I have a feeling that obviously Praetorian would say, oh, they have a Jackal, don't run, guys, stay safe. And this can really set off the tone for Praetorian defense, just being defensive, as they don't know that Nomad has been choked. They don't know that Nomad has been repicked, and for all they know, there's a Jackal on the board on the side of Maestria, and they need to be worried about their run game, and especially this top floor hold, which they're doing. They don't want to be caught off guard in a sticky position, but I mean, I don't know if they did catch that. If they didn't catch that, well, kind of gone to waste, but as the repick comes out for ADN on Thermite as well, and as you said, kitchen dining first, so vertical is going to be very vital for Maestria to take and for Praetorian to hold. Office wall getting breached open. Cole's there with the shield, and no ADSs to cover him with that. One nade is all he needs to be back onto those default cams. There's 1 minute 40 is left on the time, on the clock and watch for Maestria Esports to take top floor control. But also, it's looking like a main take. I mean, you have Rafa inside dining room, and I believe he's just trying to hold it down. But I believe Maestria's just going to force him out. They're going to get breach on that wall, and he's left in sight alone. Some members of Grin trying to support him, but a gun is all he needs, as E-Toils will fall as Finkind with 2 nades in hand, and with the Finker Surge. That's going to be a deep fall for Maestria Esports to get back out of.
Yep, usually when attacking teams open up this dining wall, it forces defenders back, and that's why you see a lot of 1.5 spokes, especially on Rafa on the mute. And then if, or even if Bombi decides he can bring a 1.5 on that SMG that Frost has, I can't remember the name, but I know she has an SMG, and I know she has a 1.5 on it, so she can play those long angles if required. Also, some teams do bring an Echo just for that same fact, as another play for my Extria falls, and this time it's Eto'o or Eto'o. And as the finger off of the board along with the Thermite, but the Thermite's job is already done. My Extria looking desperate though with 30 seconds left. They find themselves a pick, but how effective will that be for them? Forever is flashed out in kitchen. Really finds another, and my Extria are all over this site, but they also don't have top floor control, so these reticle angles can work against them if
10 seconds.
well, Praetorian, if they set them up right. Well, there goes one for Daniel up onto this top floor. Bombi trying to rotate out of sight, gets caught with the air jab, and he also gets caught in the head from SCP. Daniel in the 1v2 situation, especially now that the fuser is down, it doesn't look too good for him. But we've seen some of these Praetorian players clutch out before, but he can't find a way out. It is SCP to close out that round, and it is Maestria to take the first on Chalet.
Maestria coming out with the blue there, even though Praetorian got those open entries inside dining. I mean, they really the pullback is possible. You didn't expect that. I have to be honest, I did not expect Maestria to come out of that one as a win. We do have a pause coming in, as one of their games has been crashed. So I believe that is a member of Praetorian, and they will have, both teams will have this time not four, but to think about what happened in the round and just go over a little team talk as forever. Finally gets this DC from the game, and I mean, what a round by Maestria, really. They did fall early, but they pulled back from it. And I did not expect that from Maestria being 8th and Praetorian having their big old title of first place.
Came down to individual gunfights. Praetorian lost, and I never thought I would be saying that because they have some good
Yeah.
gunners
Yeah,
on their teams from the entries to the support, and you could like look at Daniel, you could look at anybody on Praetorian and say, yeah, they can most definitely be able to, they can top frag or any role that they take. But unfortunately, again, they lose those individual gunfights to Maestria, and when it mattered most, Praetorian just couldn't clutch up, and Maestria could have. And it was a 3v5 clutch too, by the way. But Chalet, I know we talked about it being a balanced map, but sometimes it does skew over towards the attackers just a little bit, especially with how this map is being played. Chalet is a heaven for attackers, but a nightmare for defenders. And Maestria established as to why. Well, not really. They didn't really establish as to why, but there are plenty of reasons as to why Chalet is the way that it is. There are so many lines of sights that the attackers could take control of, and the defenders could be cut off from. The sites are sometimes not even anchorable unless you're on kitchen dining, or even if you're on bar gaming, that site isn't really anchorable, and so you have to play offsite mainly, and sometimes that can be a detriment to your defensive system, etc., etc. But it is only the first round. Praetorian, I mean, it is the first blood strike from Maestria, and Praetorian are going to be
Really.
left licking their wounds in the second round. But
Licking their wounds.
licking their wounds, yeah, they got first blood wounds. What do you-
I love that phrase. But also, you said that Frost as a one with Em. I don't believe she does anymore. I think it got removed. From
oh
what I know.
shoot.
I think it got removed. Even I know that.
Oh
Wemby back with his pen in hand. You're gonna be writing that down. But
no,
yeah,
I'm not.
no, you know. But I do think having those, especially as you said, when most attackers sit on main stairs, and you've got that angle from main stairs all the way to back of dining and back of kitchen, and
Yep.
even sometimes with trophy, it's good to have those long sighted angles. And with Forever loading back onto Rainbow Six Siege, hopefully get back into the game before Ubisoft crashes his game once more. We'll be set and ready to go as both teams have, had enough time to get their teams into focus, and for Maestro just to channel their anger, I'd say. Channel their anger to win this game is majority of people are voting for Praetorian to win. They're betting on Praetorian to win.
Yep.
But, I'm not saying that Maestro can't pull out the hat one B. And many things have happened. I've seen many comebacks out of the blue from many teams, from bottom place beating big places in the number one spot. And I'm not saying no. I'm never saying no, 1B. Anything can happen in the last six.
That
And
is
he's back.
very, and he's back. That's very, very true. Praetorian could just, like you said, just get, turn
Mm.
that anger into wins. Turn into the Hulk or something. I don't know. Just destroy your opponents. And they've been
Ah,
destroying their opponents for the most part.
Defenders,
I
protect your
think back
bombs
to
from
that
being
result. I
defused by
wasn't gonna.
attackers.
I'm actually. I don't think I should mention it. It's a soft spot for a lot of Loud fans. But again, that 14-0 win against Loud Esports,
Attackers
where
have located a bomb.
Loud Esports did not get a single round across both maps, and they lost it 7-0. That's what I think of when I think of Praetorian turning their anger into like wins, just destroying their
yeah.
opponents. But Maestria, they sit in a place, you know, and this is a good round for them to get for their for confidence sake. And I
10 seconds
think it
left
could
before
help them for the
insertion.
rest of this matchup. But Praetorian are gonna go back to the site that they just lost, which is
5
kitchen and
seconds to
dining.
insertion.
And this time they may fare just a little bit better on it. The only thing that was just
Attackers
a
are
little bit
heading out
flawed
to
again
defuse the
was those
bomb.
individual gunfights, but also dining, not really being that heavily contested from the vertical angles that Praetorian had above.
Vertical, as I said, very vital for not games, but for sites like Trophy and Dining and other maps as well. Same push for Maestria Esports, the fake Gemini will be pulled down, but less pressure from as we did see roll.
Wow.
Oh, that is 30. 30 period. Steely. That's just sad, one bit. He falls down so early with the ball banging. They're gonna try and get the refrag. ATN We'll go Thermite once more and use one of his extra. Not that's not a Thermite. That is not a Thermite. That is SZP with those heavy breach charge. That is not Thermite. What am I doing? But yeah, that office wall will be breached open. And talking about ADN, ADN is ADN. He will be putting some pressure onto Benjamin and just trying to. The main point of this attack is to take out vertical so they can go for plant, and then play post plant from tiny breach if they're willing to open it. And they're going to be doing exactly the exact same things last round, and the time management is very even from last round. 1B. It's looking like they're playing quite consistent.
Same, like you said, same exact push. Again, pacing is the same. But Praetorian, you know, one thing about Praetorian that's different from a lot of the major teams that I've watched, considering they have that experience against T3 and T2 teams, is their ability to adjust quickly. And a lot of teams in T4 don't have that. We had a podcast discussing this with Mr. Easter where he said the exact same thing, and I agree. And you know, you see it happen here. Praetorian are adjusting to what happened last round, and they're able to counter Maestria effectively, able to get 2 picks that go their way very easily through some early aggression, and Maestria in these gunfights are taking off guard. Once they're faced with this aggression, it doesn't seem like they know how to react. And again, you see the smoke of Forever just quick peeking from Kitchen, and the Twitch ability is just taken aback by it. He doesn't really know what to do. And Maestria with 35 seconds left, well, it looks like they've ran out of plans. Their top floor control has been decimated by Praetorian. This attack is discombobulated. Everybody's very separated, and they don't know where they want to go from here. Well, what do you do from here? Well, you get kills going your way through the finger, but she quickly falls. 3v2, actually Adian inside of the site, in the middle of the site, and he has to be taken care of. Plant is going to go down. Where's the Overwatch? There goes the Night Control, but it doesn't hit its mark. Adian gets another, but there goes a double for Rafa. Plant has not gone down, and it is the ending kill for Rafa. His team starts off with the 2K, but Rafa himself finishes with one just as well, and it is Praetorian to tie up the map, or will tie up the rounds just as quickly as they lost the first one.
Yeah, the 3v5 early in favor of Praetorian once again, but they hold that man count and they take it to their first round. To not the first round, but for their first round officially and of the game. Bar Gaming will be the next move for Praetorian Esports, as they do not have mirror, but they'll stick with that. I mean, I have a feeling what's coming. They have the double shield. One's going to be top main, and one's going to be top library stairs. Nothing too special coming out. Quite a deep bot lineup. I mean, I can predict what happened. Am I going to play on those stairs behind Frost's shield? Or going to be playing behind one shield at least? I mean,
Attackers have located a bomb.
you know what's coming. Maestria Esports hopefully will try and adapt to what's coming. I actually think it's going to be a smoke farm a little bit. If you look at the 1B, we'll have a little look over the glass and the capital and the Oza. I have a feeling something will happen, and it will be quick. No one expects it, especially this attack and repick.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
It is very, it's so attacker side. And with Glass, with all the members spawning on that left hand side of your screen now, we're using that to their advantage. But what we're trying to realize early, that is the question.
Interesting. Yeah, that's just, you know what? I want to talk a little bit about the attacker repick before we get into the meat of this round. And Maestria will be looking at bringing in the form of those fireboats that the castle brings, and also the LMG that can just spray. But another LMG that can spray is Pinka's LMG. She's down, and now she's out for the count, and Forever gets the first pick into this round for Praetorian. Again, taking that fight to Maestria, and they're just quite not ready for it. But the thing that's interesting about the attack repick, it again is the ability for attackers to adjust to what the defenders are bringing them. I've seen some, like, usually, like, before the attack repick, teams had to be very careful with how they set up their attacking lineup, especially if they wanted to bring in Oso or if they wanted to bring in Amaru. Now with the attacker repick, if you see something that can be exploited by, say, an Amaru, for example, if you can do a rush with her, then attackers, then now you're able to repick onto her, and then you can now surprise the defense because, well, they didn't see the hole, but the attackers did. Steely though finds a trade, and oh my god, Billy just decimates Dano as Maestria, they retake this lead Praetorian, and they make it even worse. It's a double for Steely.
Oh, another trade back in the side of Bumby as a 2v3 and the block goes down. This is where the smokes and the glass side come in handy, and through the smoke you will find another. Coles takes out the plant though. This is a dangerous kill from Coles, really impactful on this round. Triple for Aiden as he finishes off that kill which he down previously, or which Steely down previously. Left on the 1v2 for Coles. They do not have the fusion hand, all he has to do is to hold it. Steely doesn't have that long range weapon, but we'll have to bring it to the close range. But Steely sitting back, he will take up Coles as he goes for the swing and nothing lands. Maestria Esports finding their second round in the third round as Maestria pulling the hat out of the cat. What can you say from 8th
Pulling
place?
the hat out of the cat.
Pulling the hat out of the cat.
Isn't it pulling the rabbit out of the hat?
Wait, what did I say?
You said pulling the hat out of the cat.
Did I?
Yeah, you said that.
Put the cat that. Did I? Did I really? No,
yeah.
no, did I really?
Yeah, you
I,
did.
no,
Protect your bombs
did
from
I
being
really?
defused by attackers.
No, you
No.
did.
Did I?
Yeah.
Bomb
Okay.
located by attackers.
Well, moving on. Let's pull the hat of the cat. Then. I did say, didn't I? Oh, I should go back to training labs. Not to aim lab. What a shocker for me! But either way, it's not a shocker for my shirt as they are putting the cats out of the hat. 1B. Boom. Mic drop. Mic drop. Imagine a mic
10
dropping.
seconds left before
Boom.
insertion.
Wow. Earth explodes.
5 seconds
Squishy
left.
hashtag cool.
You know what?
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Okay, we're gonna go back to this fight for Praetorian, and what they brought last round was the Frost, and I actually did make a mistake. I think the Fika got trapped in the Frost trap last round, and then Forever was able to get the first pick off of that. So obviously the Frost coming back into play, they saw it was just a little bit effective, and with how, well, I would say how slow Maestria are moving at times. It's not really slowness. They have a pace to them. I wouldn't call it slow because the last round wasn't really that slow. They kind of got in really quickly, and they were able to take the fight to Praetorian. And I mean, they are 2-1 up. So what this Frost can do is just disrupt pace. And okay, so Maestria is going for an O-track strat where they go from the bottom floor, they go from basement. They make that line of sight into Puppy, and that may catch Praetorian off guard, or it may not. They can find a way to counter this by having the aggress behind the mask, but other than that, they're gonna still stick with this glass pick. Steely, I think, getting a 3K last round because of it, and Maestria obviously saw something that they liked. He was able to cut off so many rotations for Praetorian, especially through those smokes and being able to see through them.
Yeah, it's a really good advantage, especially on this site, on that window. You can sit there in plain sight, but the smoke in front of you to protect you. And it's really quite something which can change rounds. And speaking about Steely, glass on the window, he will find Danu, who was stuck in that corner, proning behind bar. Another smoke coming up for the my gadget to bring it up, but too high for it to be in use. But another kill inside of Maestria, and ADN finds up Praetorian, and another one, a double 4. ADN is rougher, gets headshotted and back on cams he goes, back and watches his teammates as it's left up to Forever, and Coles to clutch this out. The jiggle peek from Coles will not go in his favour as he gets a decent amount. The peek comes out from ADN, he's on extremely low HP. Then let's try and do something, try and push him out. Smoke comes out, still an Aiden hand, and I believe he's going to crack that. Yes, he's going to throw up. Not connect. This is Romania, they do have defusers, will go for a plant eventually. Shots comes out, but Coles misses. Not going down. But that's still above, but I don't think he's going to get any angles on. We'll find something. Not find much. Steely takes one bullet to the chest, but that's about it. Steely takes out Coles. The vertical only works out for the opposite team, and Maestria Esports could be a flawless round here unless Forever Pulls out the bag. Shots coming in from all directions. There's nothing you can do now, 1B. There's nothing you can do now. He finds one, but he falls. And Maestria Esports pull the cat out of the hat. Yeah, 1B. Pull the cat out of the hat. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, see what I did there?
No, I don't like it. I saw what you did. I don't like it. Praetorian are gonna take a timeout,
Okay, they
and
need.
rightly so. They need it. This is Maestria's map pick, so it is expected of them to win it. If you're going by like what the statistics are for people when they pick their map, the win rate, etc., etc. But Praetorian are the first place team in a major league, facing up against eighth place Maestria, who haven't found a win in a while. Their last game was against Laburnum when they drawed it 1-1, and as we know it, Laburnum are a really, really good team. They've been around in Major League for a while. They've played in T4, T3 against teams in this level, but also in the higher levels as well. So they had that experience. And Maestro getting that result against Laburnum, they have inspired them to probably take the fight against Praetorian, and that's what they're doing today. Praetorian now, after that little pause, having a time to talk about what's going wrong, what's going right, and what can we do to adjust to what Maestria are bringing us. We're going to restart the
Defenders,
timer,
protect your
and the
bombs
next
from
site that
being
they're going to
defused
head
by
to is
attackers.
Kitchen Dining. Now, the last time they played on Kitchen, they won it, and they won it I would say considerably so against Maestria. And it all started from the top floor hold from Praetorian. Maestria didn't really know what to do against it. They ran out of ideas, the clock ran down, and they made a desperate attempt at a play in Dining. So hopefully Praetorian, for Praetorian, for them, they want to replicate that same success. But a change that I'm seeing here, or that I didn't see in the previous two
10
rounds,
seconds.
unless I'm missing something, is the fact that they bring Bombi onto the cross. And
5
again,
seconds
he's
remaining.
placing it under windows. He's placing it at the entrances that attackers usually enter from when it comes to the kitchen dining site, and that's the library windows.
That's the way repicked by SCP, and that will definitely put some pressure on the roaming players above, because I mean, last time they didn't really get vertical control, and that's where Praetorian won. When they did get vertical control, Maestria won. It's really decisive, that vertical, or just having Master in office in your hand. It really determines the outcome of a round. As well, I believe it will a different push from Maestria. Looking at Solar drones are flying around Solar and Trophy. Verticals, you can't get over the amount of angles you get from. Omni's already chucked one. Ooh, what a shot by Omni onto Ito. That's really set the tone once more for Torrent, as they've got the open frag, as they've done every single time this round. But Steely with the instant refrag and the LMG as he holds down left click. Nothing will stop him to get that refrag, as he'll find his 8th. Looking strong on Sophia. Does have a lot of utility in hand when and if he wants to use it. But it's not looking like it will be the main take 1B. Looking like Solar and Trophy will be the main place where Maestria Esports' crosshairs will be located.
Maestria has 4 smokes as well to guide them into the actual building. Steely making an entrance still on lobby, so maybe actually no, it looks to be the same focus for Maestria. They rotated from Trophy, made their way into lobby, are going for this dining room wall, and Praetorian are going to be forced to play long angles. Now Rafa is on this defense is the only one who has a 1.5. He's also the only one on this defense who has a nitro. So forever, he's going to have to deny this plant with his smoke grenades. But what Praetorian needs to be most careful of is this Jackal lurking through basement. And there you go. He is down and out for the count. Steely, though, even at the man count, yet again going 9-2 now. He's going off with the LMG. We are indeed in the LMG meta, and Praetorian are none the wiser about it, as they're just getting decimated from Steely. Now 50 seconds left remain from this attack to make their play onto the site. Smoke grenades going to stall out 15 seconds on the defense. Rafa getting a little bit too aggressive, getting a little bit too sneaky. Billy punishes him for it. And now Maestro reestablish their man advantage into this round. Billy and Steely, well, they're going to have to be the overwatch for Aiden, as he's going to try and get in for the plant. Again, these smoke grenades are going to be used. and Forever only has one left, but he's down and out for the count. He can't use his smoke grenades, and now Dano is going to have to depend on his
15
gun
seconds left.
to deny this Maestria attack. He gets one, and that's onto Billy. And now in a
seconds
1v2 situation, the concussive grenades go out. He doesn't know about Aiden pushing him from his left, or his right, but it doesn't know his left, but it doesn't matter because Steely pushes him from the front. He takes that direct gun fight, and it is another round from Maestria, and they take their fourth.
Yeah, solid. I mean, solid way to get that fourth round. They keep on getting the same side. I don't know if they're asking for it. I don't know if it's a kind of mentality boost. Maybe they're trying to get angry as they possibly can and forcing into the Hulk. But as you said, Maestриa's map pick. It's looking like he'll go Maestриa's way for this one. Unless Praetorian switch around on the defense. I mean, not on the defense, on the attack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Praetorian
as
really
many
looking for this
bombs as
round.
they
It's
can.
4-2. It's a solid half from teams, which is it's a clutchable. It's a catchable score if you're 2 rounds behind. It's a winnable. All you need is 1 round, solid round, and maybe another, just to get that off. But look what you're seeing on your left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Ying, Sophia, Amaru, Blaz, and Twitch. That
Yeah.
is some top quality
And Lion.
gameplay.
Seconds to insertion.
Okay.
I'm lying now. I'm lying.
Maestria
5
obviously,
seconds remaining.
again, gaining the confidence from the 3 rounds in a row that they were able to claim
Attackers
against
must locate
Praetorian.
and defuse a bomb.
And I mean, their attacker repick stage has most definitely showed that a Ying, a Sophia, everyone repicked off of whatever operator they had originally. I'm not taking notes on what those original operators was because it's too much work. But we have the Ying, we have the Sophia, Blaz, the Amaru, and Lion. This is an extreme, well, not really an extremely aggressive
Attackers
lineup. What would have
located a bomb.
completed this was the Pinka, but this is an aggressive lineup nonetheless, and it's going to be most definitely complemented by the Ying and the Amaru being on those entry roles.
Yeah, you really want to line take those big frags in the game, and they can slowly be executed. Ying can then go out. Rapper finds the first frag in Steely, but Steely instantly retry. Now in the site, Dano will have the C4 onto Steely, but goes to the plant now. The swing comes out, but the uncover from the rappel angles. Dano will be able to safely get the kill and be flashed, but does Ying have the balls to jump in the window? There's too many crosshairs looking at him. Does get the advantage on Cole's peak. Gets him to somewhat low HP, but ADN not doing much damage here on the rappel. He's kind of stuck there. Can't do much. They jump in, they're going to swing from too many different angles. He can't cover. They're going to have to try and go for repick, and this rush really did not go in Maestria's Esports favour. They had the confidence, but hadn't got the plan, has it, Mubby?
Nope, most definitely not. The Steely obviously did get a refrag back, and so that's why Praetorian are down to 4 men. But in the process of those frags, they lost 2 in the process. And again, it's Sitoli's and Billy to die first off. And that's, again, most of the firepower, most of the aggression taken off the board. And now the only aggression you have is in the form of Yingit. But she's already used 3 of her Candelas, so those Candelas not finding any views, no effectiveness, nothing for Maestria. Again, it's just not used to being at this point, and all 3 of those Candelas being used mean that she's gonna have to depend on her guns if Maestria have a chance in this round. But as I say that, well, can't depend on nothing if the Ying is dead, and so is Aiden as he falls to Bombi, and it's Praetorian to get their 2nd round on the board. Now, 4-2 split is not the end of the world for Praetorian. On a map like Chalet that is considered attacker sided, they could most definitely pull this off on their attacks.
Yeah, you can't close that door yet, 1B. Well,
Right.
not saying you close that door, but you can't close off that door. I mean, it's very easily winnable for Praetorian, and another pause will come out. Did they 2 pause? Oh, game crashed. Alright, I thought they would put another pause out, but the game is crashing. It's not forever this time. It is. I forgot his name. Is that embarrassing? I forget his name.
What?
Bombi, that's it. Bombi. De-seeding. I mean, obviously, it's a rough patch for Praetorian on the defensive side, but they can put it back. As I just said, Maestria Esports is map pick, and obviously, most people were expecting Praetorian to dominate, being first place, and if Maestria can actually pull this out the hat and maybe even go on to do strong in the next map, it is very winnable for them. It is extremely winnable, 1B. And I mean, I'm just quite shocked, honestly. We have seen Praetorian show their dominance in first place, and then 8th place team at Maestria Esports have come out absolutely dominated for the first couple of rounds. Praetorian got a couple in soft, easy ways.
Yeah.
I mean, one, but it just kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, most definitely speaks for itself. With Siege, anything can
Mm.
happen. I mean, I've seen Mirage take down world champions TSM, so of
Mm.
course anything can happen. You know what I mean? Don't rule anything out. But Maestra obviously in the lead here. They have that momentum, but that last round was a bit of a stalemate, especially with the attacking prowess that they had. There was nothing really going for them for most of that round. And Praetorian just had the formula, but for most of these rounds, it has been Maestria who's carried that momentum, and Praetorian have been on the back foot again. This is Chalet. It is Maestria's map pick, but Chalet is also heavily attacker sided at times. And when you look at statistics for it as well, especially with the way that the map is built, it's no wonder why Praetorian are struggling on their defenses. Now, do I think they should be struggling as much as they have on their defenses against Maestria, especially when it comes down to the wire? No, I think they've had a few rounds where I've looked at the way that they position themselves, where I've looked at like the way that they've held things, how aggressive they were, and I've had question marks going in my head. But now that they switch onto their attacks, well, they can afford to be aggressive. They can afford to swing out onto these Maestro players because that's what you're supposed to do on attack. You're supposed to set the pace. You're supposed to take the fight to the defenders. And the first site that we see Maestria hovering above, or that is confirmed to be picked by them, is going to be the master bedroom office site. For Praetorian, on their very first offense, they went to kitchen. They only went to office in the last round before we had the switch of the half.
Yeah, I think Praetorian really tried to put their, unless they've been trying strats, I think they need to go back to the strat sheet, as didn't look like those dining kitchen strats went their plan as when they went office, which I would see the default site on Chalet. If like obviously esports is very different, but let's even like most T4, they go, oh, let's go office first. Let's go office, then basement, then dining kitchen or bar gaming, right? But they go like dining kitchen first, and they stick with it for a couple rounds until they realise that it's not strong enough for Maestro Esports too good. But with that being said, Bombay has returned, and hopefully Praetorian will be setting the pace as their comeback is on. As all they need is 2 rounds to catch up to Maestro, and then up from there, really for them.
Yep. Bombi returns, and with that, the match is going to resume, as some people say. It's resume is
Resume,
what you.
resume,
Isn't it resume, bro? I heard that.
resume is like something else. Like resume is something you give to someone, a job.
Attackers need to
Oh
locate and
yeah, my
defuse
application.
bombs.
Oopsies. So resume. My fault. It is going to continue nonetheless, and like we mentioned, for the very first sight of the half is going to start off in office again. Praetorian only brought this out in the last round before the side switch. And Maestria, it looks like their focus is more towards this library site. We saw when
Attackers
Praetorian
have
were last
discovered the
defending
location
it,
of a bomb.
they didn't really focus that much on the library site. They didn't have any wall preparations, no reinforcements over there. And instead, they mainly focused their
10
reinforcements
seconds left.
on the office site itself, on the main wall, which I hope Maestria are
seconds to go.
reinforcing right now. Because if you don't reinforce that wall, then well, what the hell are you doing on the site? And
Attackers
I don't know if they did. I have anxiety about it because I really don't know if they did.
You know what
I
I've
hope
actually
they did.
realised? I know it's Maestro's map, but they're just Praetorian aren't as prepared as Maestro. Obviously, it's their map pick, but it's just Maestro are really prepared for this. They've got so much in their stock and in their locker to pull out from the buy, and Praetorian they're not on top of it as Maestro are. Yes, it's time-sided, but the way they've played out these rounds, and as I've seen from this defensive lineup and setup, it's already looking stronger than Praetorians. But gotta see before I speak. As a slow take from beneath, as a nade will be popped out, trying to. Oh, he knows he's there. You can even hear him on the floorboards. but will he be able to time the nade in time? He just dropped back. He knows that there is a player beneath his calls. We'll wait for the nade. He'll try to get the... I believe there's a shot there, I'm not too sure. Nade will go out. Instead of not laser stock, actually, this got... They're throwing a lot of nades. They've got 3 left. Half of them gone. SCP? SCP is lurking below there. But you can see how much of a power play this is and how dangerous it can be during the later times of the round if they don't join him.
They don't drone, yeah. Because
No.
Chalet feeds, and you know what Chalet feeds into for the defenses is probably the only advantage that they really get is like flanks. Flanks are really, really powerful in this map, and if you don't bring a Nomad, or even if you don't bring a Jackal, it can really bite you in the ass. But oh, there goes a bite, but it's in the head, and it's from Aiden on the post. He headshots him, Toes finds another, and Maestria are just taking over this round. Rafa will down briefly, but he's back up, but forever falls. Oh my god, so many kills. This Praetorian attack just got decimated in a matter of seconds by the snap of a finger. Praetorian fall, and Maestria, they're on their 5th round.
I mean, round of applause. Maestro is decimated. Praetorian. No. Yes. Yeah, Maestro. So I backflashed out. Solid flawless round, close flawless, and I mean, Praetorian were supposed to set the tone on their first attack of round, but it's clearly been Maestro on top,
Defenders, protect your bombs from
absolutely
being defused by attackers.
annihilating the Praetorian members in each and every gunfight. Their crosshair placement, the way they peed the game sets, everything's been better during this game. And I don't know if standings matter because they're really on. I'm emphasizing this. They're really on opposite sides of the board here, aren't they? One's first, one's 8th. But the way it's playing, it's looking like the other way around, Wumby.
Yeah, no, again, Maestria had a good result there in their last game against Laburnum, which I think was a couple of days ago. It was on Monday that they played against Laburnum. And yeah, Monday where they played against Laburnum, where they had a 1-0 draw. And we all know Laburnum. We all know their players pretty well, and all of them. They were the Titan League champions, or the Titan League, yeah, the champions and all that stuff. And they also qualified for the Champions Series. Last season in the majors. They've been here for a while. Maestria got a result against them, and they might get a result against Praetorian if Praetorian don't rise up soon. Now, obviously, 5-2 isn't a healthy looking scoreline, but they could come back from this since again they are on the favorite side of attack on Chalet. Maestria on that defense, but Maestria have been taking a fight to Praetorian. And Praetorian again, they have to find a way to adjust. They have to find a way to fight back because it's not just the crosshair placements; it's also the positioning of these Maestria players. They're working off of each other, and Praetorian they just haven't found that yet. They haven't found the synergy.
I'm just going to be copying exactly what I should have done their attack and we definitely take answers of it. As Alien falls instantly and there's a smoke. 3 canisters on his body will go down and will not be used for the rest of this game. Peeking coming out from both the teams here, but Eto's to find that refrag.
Bomb located
Not
by
on
attackers.
Rafa, but on Forever. As 2 nades do fall on his body, and they've bringing a lot of nades for Ryan. They've already brought 8 nades this round, and they've used 2 of them. Just shows the nade power, but they're not bringing the gun power. To say the least, they're really looking to win this round, but MSA, strong defensive hold, especially in the library. Nothing's really breaking this. The EE1D to go out, but it's not going to be used for anything. I mean, it's a waiting game. Oh, actually, it's not a waiting game. Praetorian's already in. Out of nowhere, they've come in and 3 kills comes out the lineup. Cole's finds double and another one for Rafa to finish it off. I mean, I was saying it's a waiting game, but no. Praetorian, they come shining out of the blue, and they win that round, making it 5-3, and pretty shocking by the 1B. I did not see that coming at all.
Obviously recognizing a weakness over to that board gaming site, use that lion skin. You know what, I thought as well too that the lion skin wasn't used because they immediately went back. I saw the outlines where they went back outside, and I was just like, okay, why did you guys use this for? That's why they used it for. They used it for that plant because they knew these Maestria players would stay in place. I mean, anybody on the defense would stay in place because you don't want to get spotted out from the lion skin. You don't want your outline being shown on the map. They didn't move. Praetorian acted on that. They got into the site, got that plant down, and the overwatch from Coles was just beautiful. Getting a double kill from a tight angle that he held just in a little corner of the window, and he was able to cut off the rotations from Maestria players into sight. Maestria obviously feeling confident in this site after having just like I don't really know the word, be disconstructed the way that they did in those last few seconds.
5 seconds left.
Obviously being confident in this site, being confident in their hold, because they're going back there again. And usually teams, when they lose a round like that, you don't see them go back to the site that they just lost, like in the way that they did.
Yeah, well, I mean, just Esports says they can burn around, and I mean, they know what went wrong. They had no members on that window. They had that place unguarded, and they're gonna switch it around. I mean, that's really up to ADN as Smoke falling early. He's the person who should have held that, and they found the early kill with ease, and that was the breaking point for MSA. But either way, on to the next round, MSA are gonna switch it around. Hopefully for them, they're trying. Instead of this being a library take, they go for solar. Trying to break some utility off the board here. Heavy piano side. They might look to breach. Oh, actually, they can't hard breach anything. They are breaches. I was gonna say breach off this wall to try and get another angle onto this, but with only flashes and nades and smokes in hand, it's looking like a CS:GO game with all these flashes and nades. It really is.
I haven't watched the CS:GO game in like years. The only games that are obviously people won't like me comparing Valorant to CS:GO, so I'm not there. But regardless of that, yeah, there's a lot of utility being used for both of these teams, and you know what? If there's anything that I like in a siege game is usage of utility. One thing that I don't think we've spoken enough about is the YoD being picked from instantly. Obviously, those Vulcan shields being changed to Vulcan canisters, and the amount of time that those fires last, like they increased it from 10 to 20 seconds. That lasts more than smoke grenades, by the way. So, I mean, Ubisoft thinking that that's like a fair change, but oh my gosh, the push coming in for Praetorian, this Maestria top floor hold has just cleared the hell out of there because Praetorian have came to play in this round, and they've come to make Maestria suffer. Aiden's gonna get first fall on this Maestria defense, and no green frag has come as of yet, but another frag comes out in favor of Praetorian. There goes one of those fires, or the Vulcan canisters being detonated as Forever flicks onto Billy. Now 15 seconds remain for this attack, but look at how much control they have. They have so much to work with. They have every vertical angle under the sun. They have every cross set up to deny the rotations from Maestria. There goes the kill though from Atolis. He grabs Dano. This could be another for SCP, but he misses his shots. Forever takes him down, and now we're in the 1v4 situation. Atolis in the gaming site. He finds one, but he can't find a second as Bombi falls, as Bombi gets that kill into Atolis. And it is Maestria to put themselves on to their 4th round, only separating the gap to 1.
Yeah, I mean, good play out from Praetorian as they do. Apart from their first round, they set the tone. Winning 2 in a row. It's strong for them to get this 1 round difference, but still match point on the line in favor of Maestria Esports as they will be heading to office. The round
Attackers
which
need to
they
locate
won.
and defuse as
No,
many bombs
the site which they won on the first defensive round, and same lineup, I believe. I don't think there's anything different. Same line, still got that shield and that Aruni. No smoke, as per usual from deciding from last round. And I mean, Praetorian, they have to win this round, or the pressure's going to be applied when match point is on shot for them. But I mean,
bomb located by attackers.
serious business for MSA is, I mean, if they win this map, they can certify a draw here, can't they,
10 seconds left before insertion.
If they win this map, then they could certify a draw, but you know,
5 seconds
you
remaining.
never know what's gonna happen in this matchup. Maestria could easily put themselves onto 6, and then in the next round could just simply win the whole damn match. But Praetorian, dude, this is 2 rounds in a row. Yep, 2 rounds in a row for them. It was on that same site of Bar Gaming, so Maestria losing that site twice. Obviously, the experiment didn't work out, and now they're going back to a site that they're more comfortable with, which is Office. They picked this site at the beginning of the half, and they won it in considerable fashion. We saw that. They dominated. They decimated Praetorian's attack from this library site in particular, which is the same attack, which is the same focus for Praetorian. Uh-oh.
same thing here. Both angles coming in from Coles. And he's going to swing first. Steely getting caught from another angle as the intel comes in. Forever finds that entry kill onto Steely, and that's going to be an impact frag for him as the round turns to 2 minutes left. 4v5, you still have ZP beneath, and he's been undroned. He's been out of position for many rounds. I don't think there's one round which he hasn't been there on the defense. He's always been there lurking. We always find a kill out of it. In the end of it, breach being opened as Rafa will get the breach and head instantly back on K9 balcony. Only there to probably go round on the window if I'm going to make a guess, or even push SCP. But he will go window. SCP slowly making his way off basement stairs. They know he's there though. They finally have the drone on in vain. They will see him. They know he's there, but they're waiting in for peek. Waiting for him to make the first move, but he's moved closer in. I don't think they noticed this. But the late intel comes in and Forever finds out Billy, making that a 3v5 in favor. 2v5 now with the triple, so Forever pulls out the bag. 1v5. Coles finishes it off with the headshot. SCP falls, and ADN left alive in the 1v5. It is winnable. Match point, but it's going to be looking like 5-5. Rafa gets the plant down. One close piano, two on the side. Christian comes out. Finds one. Will he find the other? No. As Bombi finishes the round off as ADN will be heading on to the next round. Last member alive.
The way Praetorian picked that defense off is how we expected them to play from the beginning of Chalet, and they've had their rounds where they've picked apart, or not really picked apart, but they've only had one round on the defense where they were allowed to do that. For Praetorian, they look like the same old Praetorian after that last round. Again, picking apart the Maestria players, picking them off one by one by one by one. The way
Defenders,
that
protect
they
your bombs
figured
from
out,
being
because
defused by
SCP did that
attackers.
in the first round of the half, where Maestria picked the same site as they're going through it again. They want to try the same site 2 times in a row. They lose it the second time, and then they switch on to another, which is fine. Teams usually do that anyways. But regardless of that fact, again, they knew that SCP was going on that long lurk road down in the basement, and they adjusted perfectly to it. They set up a flank drone. They had a player lurk through basement as well through, I believe, Bombi, and Bombi got that easy pick. I mean, Praetorian didn't desperately need it because they already got the picks they need in and around the site, especially as they push from library onto mezzanine, and my extra defense just fell apart from there on in.
Yeah, I mean, I think when the first picks got picked off, they were relying on SCP to find at least 2 on that breach unexpectedly, but they really adapted that change. Mitigated the fact that they need the drones, and then just implemented them with ease. And now match point on the line for both teams, and Maestria Esports, the exact same site, Praetorian ready to attack it as they did once before. Same members holding exactly where they were, but Steely pushed window, but no one's there. He knows this, but he's had Etoil. I don't know if it was Etoil's last round, but he was playing that position, and he had that standoff with Coles, but Coles has Nook hiding up main stairs. The default cams can't see him as he's Nook. Man himself, Etoil's just find one, but Coles on the refrags, he takes out ADN. One trying to get him off core guard, he's on very low HP, but he manages to get the one up. Bombi. One find Billy. SCP very low HP. One top library stairs. Extremely low. Steely will head back to the site as the site is slowly being damaged, and they're all off site. They are all 3 members left alive for Maestria off site. Only if Praetorian had known this, they would head on site right now, but they've now made themselves into their comfortable positions. One's probably going to be on shield, one holding breach. That'll be Steely. Etor is very low. SCP. Some ability to the chest. Quick play C4. You play C4 to take that plant down. What will you do with it?
120 left in the car. What would they do? What can they do with it? They're gonna get this plant down. Rafa is gonna get one. Oh my god, he didn't hear that! Steely, are you okay? Steely just watching a long angle, obviously just nearsighted by how beautiful that angle was, and he just doesn't hear Dano repelling up, and he also doesn't hear the destruction of the barricade to his left, and he dies. That's the round over, and it's done with, and it's Praetorian to take it. And now they're on match point.
I mean, a shambolic performance from Maestria Esports, from dominating they've been dominated, especially that round when all 3 members were off site. Oh, it really came down to the last round where Praetorian came on top, and now it's the game on the line. Maestria Esports to get it to OT. Praetorian, hopefully to win the round. Solid performance from the pullback. Comeback is always possible, 1B. Top
Yeah.
10 squishy tips. Never give up.
I mean, Praetorian, I feel like are way too good to give that up. We do have a pause coming in from Maestria Esports, and rightly so. Like you said, that wasn't the best of hosts Maestria. I think it was every single player off site from Maestria. Nobody to really defend it. Once those 2 players fell in library, there was nobody left on site for Maestria. Again, they all had to
Attackers need
rotate
to
back onto
locate and
site.
defuse
Steely was
bombs.
holding the long angle. He was holding reach from master bedroom. Apparently didn't hear Dano to his left. On his left, breaking down a breach that still surprises me to this day. There has to be a good explanation for it. I don't think I can fully explain
Attackers
Why
have
can't
discovered the
you
location
describe
of a
it?
bomb.
And then Maestria are going back to office. They lost bar twice in a row. Then they went to office. They lose office twice in a row, but then they go to office back. They go right back to office again.
10 seconds to go.
Third time's the lucky three is the lucky number. I don't know.
5 seconds left.
Possibly
know.
could be. I don't know.
Attackers are heading out
Either
to
way.
defuse a bomb.
Back on the site, and I mean, something's got to change. See what it is during the late round. But they're playing the same position. Ito's at the exact same place. SCP changes. They will be They will be tanking on-site site as a smoke behind a shield, and around 2 shields in play. Or something. Ito goes for the shield. You see the member outside, but doesn't want to re-peek it, and that is a cool black eye skin. When did that is on that skin? When? How's that on that skin?
For vigils, they have it for day 1, day 3 for vigils. Black ice. Yeah, and now look, the ARX has it too.
How have they got all these black eyes? Just like, you know, let's not the skins more off the round, even though they look as cool as they are. But if sneaky, Cole's coming up the stairs, he won't be spotted. Billy, just find the first kill. That one Cole's as I think that Cam just saw him. His unique ability just depleted. That's such a crime for that. As soon as he got to the top of the stairs, his like what's it called? What's his invisibility on the cameras got taken out. But Billy will drop the hatches. He is forced out by the stun. 1 minute 42 remaining. They've already controlled some library, the library side inside of Praetorian. Pushing now onto top fireplace. So just the hold of the side of Billy. Praetorian pushing from down below will easily get taken out by Etos on very low HP. 3v5 now. Looking like Maestria Esports will pull it back from 5-6 to 6-6.
Might be going into overtime. And again, Maestria, god damn, that was such a good shot from Bobby, but another one for Aiden as Maestria they extended right back to a 4v2, and it could just be a 4v1. Bombi being caught off guard from the player playing inside of library, or I believe that angle was played more or less in office, but an aggressive angle nonetheless that caught him off guard. Or no, sorry, that was on the top of main stairs. But regardless of that, Rocker finds himself in a 1v4 situation. He could find himself a nice shot. We've seen him hit those, but he can't hit it now. So many angles. He's being pressed from. He decides to rush in through the renegade. Smoke grenade goes off as well. He's in a hopeless position, and he lost that just as well as he played it. It is Maestria to tie it up and bring us into overtime. And well, for the most part, Praetorian looked very, very strong on their attacks, but now we go into OT and they have to start on the defense. And we saw how well their defensive half went.
Or I mean, they are going bar gaming. They won and lost the site, I believe. One, if you can back me up on that one. They will go back to it. We haven't seen basement though from either of the teams, and
Defenders, protect
I'm
your
not
bomb.
surprised that it's very
Defused by
attacker side.
attackers.
It's kind of a trap if they get both walls open.
Bomb
Depends on the
located by
impact frag
attackers.
you get that round. If you get the impact frags you need, but with some overtime point on the line and Maestria Esports to win their map in favor of themselves. It's a big. and they want to go big with the flags and the ocean, as they did previously, as it worked out once, and I hope that works out another. Same setup with the exact same lineup from, not from both teams, but from Praetorian. Actually, not from both teams.
10 seconds to go.
I mean, 1B really counting on the fact that Steely and ABN follow up with their impact frags this round. They both got 10 and 12. Depending on the ABN, it's on the hard support. He's still been getting as much frags as he tools on the entries.
That is true. I just noticed that. What's interesting though about my issue that I really liked, at least on their attacks, not so much on their defenses, is the attacker pick that being used from them. I like it from every single team that I see use it. I feel like a lot of teams in T4 don't use it enough, or there are a select few teams that I can like pick from in Talent League, and also what is known as our T3, but is also your T4 in the game. I can select a few teams from there, as well as from the NA Challenger Leagues, who don't really use the attacker repick to its full effectiveness, but there are a couple of teams who do, and I feel like Maestria do. They drone out the site, they adjust their picks to what Praetorian are bringing, and I feel like it's really effective for them. They do get the first pick into this round, but Atolis is quickly traded out. Bombi and Atolis are down and out for the count, and we're at an equal man count to start this round off, but oh my god! He's taken aback. He didn't realize that there was a window behind him, and so he's up right in front of it, and he gets headshotted because of it.
Yep, and Chaos is cast up for you, and it wasn't a mine count for long there. It wasn't even for that long. But yeah, you've got that Ocean Shield just there to protect, and just Storm wasting the defender's energy. They know he's there, but just something to be an annoyance to the defensive line. Here we have Rafa, right? Last time they got the plant down in, and I don't think Rafa's going to allow this. He knows that Steely's there. He's not going for the swing, as he knows that Steely has the mega advantage with that sniper rifle in hand, and he still peeks. He still goes for the peek, and he kind of had to, especially without the man advantage. He had to do something to get it back, but Maestria Esports on top once more. 2v4 situation. Forever going to have to get some impact frags. Even Danu as well. Well, Danu. Side. 55 seconds remaining. 1-1 cannon balcony. Repelling. Double 2 before the weird cloakroom battle, and Steel up on top. Now the one before the swing comes out, and there goes Forever as he finds one onto Billy. Is it Billy? Billy. The Steely will find out the triple on that round.
Yep. First couple of kills went, first kill went Maestria's way. It was quickly traded out by Praetorian, but Maestria again, it was mainly the library control, and also the Steely playing in mud that kind of helped them out in that round. Most definitely. Coles again backing up in a window that is well known in library, the window that's right in between those bookcases. He just backed up, got headshotted, and then again you saw, I believe it was, I want to say, I can't remember who rushed in front of Steely for that gunfight to take
Defenders,
it on.
protect your
in
bombs
mud.
from being
I
defused
think
by
it
attackers.
was. I'm not gonna make the guess, but one of those.
Bomb located by attackers.
No, it was Steely was holding an angle, and somebody just like rushed in front of him, but he only did that because he was trying to get his pick.
It was Danu.
Yeah, Dano. He again, it's just a lot of the picks going into Maestria's favor. Dano trying to fight back for his team, but Steely is just doing that good. 15 and 7 good, by the way. He's doing amazing. He's primarily been on like glass, and we haven't seen a lot of glass in time.
10 seconds left.
He's one of the players, right? It seems like he's going like unexpected. Like, he's clearly a flex, right? He's going from. I've got my brain wrong, but I mean he's clearly playing a varied selectful handful of operators, and he's taken them to their full capability of 15 kills. I mean, it is very solid from him, and with 7 plus 6s, that's like, I don't know, I'm gonna have a guess here, 1.1 kill per round. He's doing very solid. He's doing what he needs to do. He's finding a kill, and then that's what he needs. A kill is needed. Sometimes you find double, sometimes you find triple, sometimes you find the quad kill. That's what he's doing for his team to win these rounds. And with overtime match point on the line, he's got to follow up, right? His team knows that he can frag well, and if he frags strongly, if he gets a triple or a double, or a double or a triple, it can be extremely fatal for Praetorian and will send them back to one map down.
Yeah, rightly so. He's playing in a very aggressive position in basement, playing, or not really in an aggressive position, but in a lurker position. He might catch Praetorian off guard if he's able to get a flank off. For the most part, Praetorian, when it comes to their flank denial, when it comes to their roam clear, they haven't. You have Jackal, you also have Nomad, who's available to be picked, but they haven't picked her. Like, they haven't picked her, or they haven't picked Jackal at all. And for Nomad, obviously she's known to cut off a lot of the flanks that the defenders could be coming from, especially with how deep Maestria are roaming and how many players are off these sides. I feel like a Nomad would be effective for them. But that's not the reason why they've lost a lot of their attacks, Praetorian. The main reason why they've lost some of their attacks is because of the way they're taking these head-on gunfights, and also their executes and etc. etc. There are some players that come through, but it's mainly the direct gunfights that they're losing, and it just loses them the round. But the Lion Scan comes out. Here comes the first kill. Actually, no. Bombi's just missing so many shots on the player playing in kitchen hallway, and that's an opportunity miss for Praetorian and also for the Lion, as he can't confirm that kill, but Maestria can, and it is Steely. Who else but Steely, who goes 16 and 7, and there goes a flank from SCP. Praetorian are falling, they're crumbling, and this could be it for them on Chalet.
I mean, I think it's going to be it for them, and that's Coles and Trevor. Pulls something out of the bag, he's going to jump in. So many angles to cover. Focus on one, different one, equal. Very winnable. I think Surgeon Hand, but the vertical pressure from above, you can't do much. Gonna have to go for the plant, but Coles and late. Just have to fuse it. They have to play aggressive. He will try for the plant, but vertical above. No impacts on hand to make any more vertical holes.
Attackers are activated.
Next level left, fuse it down. No time for implanting. The 1v3 for a 7 clash. So he needs the ace to win this round, but no. And Maestria Esports will take the first map. As I don't think they'll be fluking that diffuser, but they will take the first map. And what a way to start this best of 2 with Maestria Esports putting out the bag on their map. They do what is good on their map, and they've definitely proved that. Chalet is a map to be wary of when playing against Maestria Esports. Props to Steely on the big fragger and following up ADN on the hard support. I mean, what a way to show their performance and dominance. I wouldn't dominance this game, but dominance in the whole major league in total, not that much as their 8th, but I mean, props to them. 1B. I don't think anyone was expecting that. Putting the hat of the cat. No, putting the cat of the hat. That one for that one.
Yeah, what I said Praetorian were struggling with was the flanks, and that was the exact reason why they lost those rounds. A lot of flanks came in from basement, from, well, not Steely in particular, but also SCP playing the pole shotgun. And again, it was like we saw it in the beginning of that round. Bombi had an opportunity to get the very first pick into the game, and that could have helped Praetorian a lot. And I believe that was onto Steely himself. It wasn't. If it wasn't onto Steely, then it was probably most definitely onto SCP.
Yeah.
I could be wrong though, but the outlines tell me that it was either SCP or Steely. He didn't get that pick. Praetorian suffered because of it. There are a lot of flanks that came through, and they persisted in not bringing a Jackal or a Nomad. That's what they went with. They brought the Lion, they brought the Finka, they brought this really aggressive lineup, but they also brought no flank denial. And if Chalet is anything, if anything, it is attacker sided. But the one thing that helps out the defense is obviously the flank potential that you have on this map.
The space on the map and the amount of staircases which people have, the amount of places which you can lurk in and just sneak around is quite immense. But I mean, Steely really carries team there with 2 KD, 16 and 8, 1B, 16 and 8 with 2 assists. I mean, that really shows the complete dominance of Steely, and just behind him, Ito is on 10 and ADN on 11. But Coles, I mean, yeah, Coles on forever, right? Both on 11 kills, but I mean, they had the kills, but they didn't have those impactful frags which could really change the round at its full. And they're really going to be talking about what they did right and what they did wrong in Chalet, and hopefully implement it into the next map, and that will be Clubhouse. And we will head to a break, and we'll see you with Clubhouse after break. Thank you very much.
here. He's actually on blue with the diffuser, so they can't plant yet. They have got the site control, but they haven't got the diffuse. He's pushed behind. Gorgo's got a 2K! What's going on? He gets a kill. Mathos gets the flank behind. Gorgo plants going down behind the blue Parians, but he doesn't know where they are. Plants going down. He doesn't see him. Mathos is just looking at denial. Impact tricking at this point. But actually, the plant's going down. Prophet gets a kill onto Lasmo. It's a 5 versus 3 situation. But I don't think they actually realise that the plant's going down. Yes, the plank has actually gone down. Gecko gets a kill with the impact. And make that 5.
You found some picks, and they're probably not in the best position to get that plant down anyway. But a wonderful opening pick onto Hunter the Thorn off the table, and this is going to give him the signal to flood on in upstairs. He's already taken that bar present, taken that control. No rotate between these two sites, but the Vault player is swinging into his domain. Bar on a double kill shuts down Spliz, and he's going to be looking for even more. P13 takes some damage on red stairs. He's going to be forced to fall back, but Critical, he's the next one to take on the challenge, and Bart, a triple kill. There's no stopping him now when this is...
Maybe a small peek from now. I did hear barricades being taken out, but that is the shield already gone. He has to be careful here forever of where he's peeking. The first kill bomb.
There's a refrapping onto the YoD. There's no time left for the plant. It has to be Havana now, so it's basically a 1v3 for Avok. Avok does not even survive, and now they get denied as well.
Walking closer here. Very risky position to be in with that right side hole being opened, and more importantly, the left side of that triple wall also being open. Zarok gets the first kill onto Raku. They've got the angles from Humble Academy. That walking closet is almost immediately there. A bit aggressive Devon Struso as Zarok manages to find him out, but he's down to 10 HP. He's just taking damage from every single position here, and he's got 35 seconds to make something work. He's going to go from this console. It's a beautiful kill onto Case in there. Triple kill on the round. Will he be able to find the 4th kill for the clutch? 30 seconds there, just dancing around, just a lot of damage onto Bar. It's all up to this situation. They're both one shot. One shot will finish this round. Oh, Bart's just going to hide in this corner. Will he get the kill? Yes, he does. Sour gets the 4K clutch.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are here after our big break, but Praetorian desperately needed one after they just lost the first map, Chalet 8-6. It's a big F for Praetorian in the chat. And if you are as surprised as I am, well, you're gonna be in for a stinker if we get the same thing that we got on Chalet on Clubhouse, which is Praetorian's map pick, by the way. But if you don't know the score line, yes, Maestria did defeat Praetorian, but by what score? 8-6. It went all the way to OT. Praetorian had to crawl themselves back from a precarious position and found themselves into overtime after just losing out on match point.
Yeah, they were close with it, especially coming down from 4 at the half. I mean, they did try their best. They won. They lost their first round, making it 5-2. Pulled 2 out of the bag, and I mean, it was close from there. And then Maestria they came up top. I mean, the last round, pretty much flawless. Came down to the 1v3, I believe, and he couldn't clutch it out. As 2-minute crosshair was heading on that doorway, but enough for Chalet. We're heading on to Clubhouse. Yes, it's Clubhouse. You've seen it before. Everyone's seen it before. It's Clubhouse. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, everybody knows how to play this map. It's been around in the map pool for years. Even with the reworks that have happened to this map, especially on the first floor, as of recently, there's not really a lot to talk about, even because the reworks don't change the map up that much. If I'm being honest with you, Clubhouse, in a way, it operates as a very step-by-step map. It's very structured. You have to play it the way that it's supposed to be played, and if you don't, well, you could easily be punished by those who play it in a more structured way. Um, it inspires structured play styles. It inspires a style of siege that a lot of teams may find boring, or a lot of the viewers may find boring, but that's Clubhouse for you. Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody knows the bans too, as we see Maverick get banned out following the Habana, and also Kaid being followed up as well. There are a lot of hatches on this map, so there's no surprise there. But also being partnered with that is the Bandit. Usually, if the Kaid is banned, you pick the Bandit. He's not an option no more. That means Hard Breach is going to be goated on this map. I don't know what's going on with these bans. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never seen a Bandit ban in so long. I actually haven't seen a Bandit ban at all.
I'm waffle for me while I search up. How many times has Bandit been banned? How many times? How many times has Bandit been
While he
banned?
searches that up, the interesting, like I said, since both Kaid and Bandit are banned, usually
Attackers need
if
to
one or
locate
the
and
other is
defuse
banned, the
bombs.
other is being played. Since both of them are banned, Hard Breach is gonna go boom. I don't
Been
expect.
banned 4 times in R6 esports history.
Okay, that's I'm just gonna say 0 times because 4 times is not a lot,
Bomb
especially
located
with
by
how long
attackers.
Siege's esports history is. We are, I can't remember what year we're in actually. I think we're in year 7. Year 7, yes. The thing about it is that the Hard Breach is gonna have such a fun time on this map, and they did ban out the Habana, but the Ace
10
and the
seconds remaining.
Thermite are still available for the attack, and so that makes if the
5
defense
seconds to
decides
go.
to go on any of the second floor, their job is gonna
Attackers are
be
heading out to defuse a bomb.
so hard in just holding off the oncoming site pressure, just because of the amount of Hard Breach utility that's gonna be brought up against them.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It's very utility heavy based Clubhouse, especially on the defensive side. There's so much to get through. Like obviously, without a ban on Cade now makes it 1 less, but there's always a mute jam, and there's always something to slow down the enemies pushing. If it's a reinforced wall, or if it's a member playing in Cash, for example, there's always something going to be slowing them down. And we'll be speaking about Cash, we'll be empty. No players will be there, and having a basement first. There was light, I wouldn't say heavy, I would say light roam top floor with the hatches ready to be dropped. I mean, Praetorian ready to just try and clear this out. As if they do clear out these top players, it's going to come back and bite them, especially on this vertical throughout kitchen. And the power of the flank without any nomad on board.
It's the site is bar.
Is it? It's bar.
Yeah. Nobody goes to bar.
Oh.
I could understand that because nobody goes to bar. But Atola's aggressive on his second floor.
I know, but yeah, it is bar as well. That just makes vertical even more important for Praetorian.
That's always very aggressive onto the second floor. Gets the first kill onto Bombi, so that takes a Nomad off of the board. And that also, well, it doesn't deny the flank thing for the defense. If they decide to do so, usually you have roamers in basement as well as on the top floor. That's where Tolis was. He does have some support onto this top floor, and also the support of the Echo drones. And I saw one just hovering around in CCTV. I'm not too sure if Dano caught onto it, but he might just get Yokai'd here if it is timed correctly. And he just did he not see that, or am I tripping? I don't think he saw it. But anyways, yep, there you go. It was on that. I thought I was tripping, but apparently Dano didn't see it, and the Tolis is still not being sniffed out correctly. Forever it's taken down, and that's already 2 players off of the board for PRETORIAN, and it's 2 important operators as well. As Billy finds another. Rafa is down, and that's your thermite gone. I don't know if his job has been done, but here comes another swing, and Maestria just aren't being punished with how aggressive they're being, and it's a 4K from a Tolis. Maestria start off Clubhouse with a big, and PRETORIAN are just left stunned.
I mean, they're lost. I'm stunned as well. I don't know what went down, but everyone just died. That's what happened. eToil was just fine the 4K, and what a way to set the tone. I mean, MSA, they showed their dominance in the first round against PRETORIAN on Chalet, and they're showing it again. They're following up from the massive dub they took on Chalet, their map, and this is PRETORIAN's land here, and MSA just walking through it. It's their world, and we're just living in it at this point.
It's aggression gone unpunished from Maestria. We saw Maestria we saw so many swings from Itois in particular, who swung onto 4 different players, and nobody is they're not only there to like count the swing, but nobody is there for the trade. Nobody is partnered up with one another. We just saw individual gunfights go in the way of Itois, and he just take that every day of the week. And PRETORIAN, I'm guessing they were also probably caught out by the site choice too, because that attack seemed a little bit labored. It seemed a little bit slow. It seemed like it had no direction whatsoever. They were attacking from the side of the map, but other than that, again, no real direction in like how they executed.
Yeah, it was a bit loose, especially how they went vertical, but then they changed the stock, and there were still some members like floating around in CT and front stairs, and Israel will make his 5th as an easy spawn kill.
Wow.
Will set off this round, and I mean, he doesn't stop, does he? He keeps on going, and there's nothing stopping him. I mean, PRETORIAN, they just standing there and having it. Kappa? Not Kappa. Well, uses one of his extra thermits to get that wall open. Now this is the start of where PRETORIAN, hopefully for them, get their round going, get the game going, as it's not really looking like it's started yet for them, as they're still in the prep phase.
Still in the prep. Ooh, they know. And the Toys has been a danger man to watch out for. Only 2 rounds, in the only 2 rounds that have been played, Toys got the spawn piece to start this round off. He also got the opening pick last round to start the squad that went on for Maestria. They're able to get that first pick onto them, but again, that's at the cost of Finka. Finka also having a lot of utility that could help these attackers out. The Gon 6 being one of those, and as you guys have noted, that there are castle barricades. The castle has been picked from SCP, and instead of punching them out, you could use the Gon 6 in order to dispatch those castle barricades. You can also use nades, which the Finka does have as well. The adrenaline surges could also help them on the entry game here, but for the most part, taking the Finka off of the board just slows down this attack exponentially so, and PRETORIAN, they're just slowed down a little bit. There's no kills going their way. There is going to be an entry downstairs inside of lobby. SCP right next to him forever. He doesn't know that he's there. There's no real droning going on for PRETORIAN either. I've seen them play, and honestly, their drone work is probably some of the best in Town League. But right now, I'm not seeing a lot of drone work. Forever playing ring around kind of Rosie around the map. Does find a mirror, is able to pop it, and that's a black mirror deleted on the floor. So he might just run into SCP, who downs him too. Forever is down. He could be out for the count.
Another 4v4. 4v3 now with SCP finishing off. Steely takes up back and make now the trade as Cross takes out ADM, but then a double for him as he takes out Billy alongside him. 2v2, Steely very low. No C4 in hand for him.
15
Plant coming
seconds
down.
remaining.
No grenades in the hand of Dano either. Rotate through construction will
10
be the way
seconds left.
which
Attackers
Steely will
activating
go. We'll
diffuser.
make some noise. They know he's there. They know where to cover. Dano. No Coles. Left alive. Dano very low HP, but so is Steely. Pre-fire comes out. Cole's ready to go and cover inside bathroom, but one coming up top main stairs. Dano jumps outside the window to get a bit extra help. Stay more safe, but the swing from the shotgun
Attackers need to
will
protect
take
the
him out.
diffuser.
Another 1v1. We'll go for the swing. Who will get the one up? No, bullets landed. I think it's going to be a stick from SCP. He's going to have to run in. No,
Why?
he takes off it. Danu has to do something. Does he know that it's coming on his left? He goes round in circles as SCP gets headshotted by Danu. And one around by him. No matter he was on really low HP, he manages to clutch it. And there goes that round. All in favour for Praetorian.
Good 1v1 clutch from Dano. At first, I was a little bit confused as to why SCP pulled off of it, but then I just looked up and saw Dano swing in onto an angle that was like right in front of the diffuser, I believe. And so SCP just panicked. He pulled off of the diffuser and he decides to go for the 1v1 gunfight. And I mean, to be honest with you, Dano was on very, very low HP. I would have taken that gunfight too if I were in his position. It's
Attackers
not
need
a
to
dumb
locate and
idea
defuse
whatsoever.
bombs.
It's just unfortunate that he did lose that gunfight. And I mean, he does have the UMP, the worst gun in the game, against the ARX, which is a really, really good assault
Bomb
rifle.
located by
And,
attackers.
you know, despite the health advantage, it does go in favor of Dano. But we are going to go into cash servers. And like I said, when it came to like Bandit and Kite, both of them being banned, I said that the hard breach is going to have a field day with these top floor sites. And so far, I haven't been too impressed from Praetorian when it's come to the hard
10
breach
seconds to
utility around the map at least. But
5 seconds
I
to
think
insertion.
on Cash and Cash CCTV, I think they could show the potential
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
and like how influential the Kaid and Bandit Band are.
Yeah. I mean, they can definitely go it, but they're not utilising much. But I mean, either way, it is 1-1-1B. It can go either way here, and it will be not. It will be Cash and CC will be the way to go. Eto's on very low HP. Now we saw him spawn peak last round. It did work out, but he will be punished for it this time. And it will use both claymores on the stop jump out windows. I believe, yeah, he's going to be preparing on that. I think he'll be in there for the most of the game. And E-Toil. Sorry. E-Toils will get taken out early, but Bambi with the rush. SCP gets taken out extremely early. As Thatcher. Bambi with this hold. They know that they're there. They've got the red pings flying out, but they're covering him as well. You see that Goyo in the left part of ADN's crosshair, and he can pop that whenever he feels like it's 20 seconds is going to be burned in time. They're going to have to push, and that will be very much useful in the later part of this
Attackers
round.
located a bomb.
With Thatcher gone off the board this early, and Eto's losing a C4, I mean, it can really affect the later part of these rounds. I mean, you really need those EMPs, so you need that C4.
You need the C4 because usually you know where the default. Actually, it's not really the default plant spots. It's more or less the vertical potential or the vertical destructibility that exists on CCTV cache. Most of the floor below both of these sites are destructible, and Rafa is just gonna get an easy plant down. But Maestria are just non-underwise. They obviously don't have the intel because the smokes would have been used, and now that the plant has gone down, smokes are used, but it's a little bit too late for that. One of the Vulcan canisters have been popped just to pull these Praetorian players off of the diffuser, but it looks like a really good post plant so far from Praetorian. It could have been a second though from Dano as he gets one with AK. Here comes Rafa with the kill from the window. Here comes Forever with another, and now we're forced to see 1v3 Steely, but he can't find himself one kill into these Praetorian players, and it's a good post plant, a good plant for Praetorian. And I mean, the way that they execute that too, they knew that they took out the only Nitro Soul player. I'm guessing that they knew that they took the only Nitro Soul player that existed on Maestria, but also to get that plant down right under Maestria's noses, and they weren't none the wiser.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Praetorian which you know and love. I mean, they found that early kill, which really sets set their attack off, and even though the Thatcher fell, they moved on, and
Attackers
even though
need to
Steely's
locate
good, he's
and
not that
defuse
good.
as
He's
many
got 3
bombs as they
angles to
can.
cover in that 1v3. Can't do much in that situation, and CC and Cash will be the way they go once more. As it will be their holding will be the same shield at top right for ADN to cover. And I mean, they used their utility very late, didn't they? They planted right in front of Maestria Esports, and it was only until the plant went down when ADN started chucking his smoke cancel out, right?
Yeah.
You have the dock this time around, and you don't have the yo-yo. The toys have switched to the Melusian branch to just slow down them, and that's an easy spot from Maestria Esports. Really simple, and it's most likely going to be really effective. You see that they're playing quickly. They plant in front of your faces. You put the Banshee to slow them down to make sure you have that, that tripwire when they come in. Make sure that no aggressive players can be used by PRETORIAN once more. But oh, eToils is really feeling himself, honestly. I think after not so much of a great performance on Chalet, even though they won, he's really bringing up the fight with 6 kills with a 3 KD so far. What do you think? He's doing pretty solid so far.
He's getting these spawn picks off, and PRETORIAN, they defeated him very early on when he got the spawn peek off. And again, I mean, last round when he died, he was on a Goyo and he had the only nitro on defense. So obviously that kind of screwed Maestria towards the end of the round. And while I do like early aggression, and while I don't really care about spawn
A
peeks.
bomb has been located.
Not too much. If they work out, they work out, but if they do, then you're seen as the dumbest player on earth. It works out for him this round, and it's a good thing. But think about in the later stages of these rounds when PRETORIAN, when they hit their shots and they make it onto him, and think about it when he's on like a very crucial
Attackers
operator,
have
like a
located a
Nitro Soul
bomb.
user. It's seen as a good thing now, but in later rounds, especially in the round just before this where he died on Goyo, the only one who had a Nitro Soul, it wasn't a good idea. Tolis decides to get aggressive again, and he gets punished from Rafa. So he's pinned inside of his, so there's no real option for him as he has to rotate right in front. So he tries to go for aggression for Maestria, and again it looks like PRETORIAN want to go for the safe play. Again, they have the man advantage, and again they make it even worse for Maestria. Rafa moves deeper into sight. There is no Nitro, so no explosive power brought on from this defense, but they do have guns. Rafa still in this corner is going to get the plant down. He moves right into the line of sight of Aiden, because in this flank split, he's going up the
Defenders
red
have eyes
stairs,
on the diffuser.
and he has a player
Attackers need
right
to
in front of him.
protect it.
30 seconds left though on the clock as the defense has to play for retake.
And free take coming up red stairs now. Coles, they're going to be sticking it though, and the cover's going to come out, and he does get it though. Coles with the close clutch, and only a second left for Benny to get that defuse off, and a close round, but PRETORIAN will take the win. They did the exact same thing. They went in, they planted. It was a bit more closer as Maestria were a bit more prepared with it, especially with that Banshee on that door. But nothing stops PRETORIAN's gun power. And heading to bar stage once more. We haven't seen basement, nor have we. No, we haven't seen basement yet so far. Coming up from Maestria. Will we see it on PRETORIAN? That's another question for a different story. But back to bar
Attackers need to
stage,
locate
and
and defuse bombs.
this was quite close sight. If I'm right, Maestria Esports won very confidently, as PRETORIAN's attack was a bit loose. They didn't know what they were doing. See what they can do this time around. Maybe they will stick with one thing instead of doing two. As that round left was in Ito's hands, wasn't it? He found a 4K. I mean, pretty a showcase of what he can do. But this is the question where you can follow up from it and keep on doing it each round. When PRETORIAN aren't ready for these peaks, these angles, these swings, if you're going to go for a spawn peak again, will they be ready for it as if
10 seconds left before
they
insertion.
weren't last time?
Attackers have located a
That's the
bomb.
question I want, but it's really the
5
round
seconds
which
left.
Maestria have been winning, not only on this, but also Chalet as well. It was kind of solo players like Steely getting big frags. Even though it worked out, I mean, if that player falls, it really puts the round in danger.
Again, it goes back to the question you asked me about a toilet, so what I think about him just taking a fight to PRETORIAN. And the way that I answered the question was, if it works out, it works out, but if it doesn't, then you're seen as the dumbest player on earth. Especially when it comes to very important
bomb has been
operators that you're
located.
playing on. And again, he was playing on a Goyo in the round just before this one in round 3. and he was the only one with the Nitro Soul on the CCTV cache site. We know how crucial Nitro Souls
Attackers
are on
dropped
that
the
site,
diffuser.
and you being the only one and you dropping down so early damages the
Attackers
team. And
recovered the
again,
bomb
it just,
diffuser.
if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, then you know you look like the biggest idiot on Siege. A Toilets though, he doesn't go for any aggression, and on this same site in the very first round where Maestria went bar gaming, and it was a surprise to you just as it was a surprise to me. He got a 4K on this because he took some a lot of aggression to Praetorian that they weren't expecting. Again, taking 1v1s against Praetorian, and it was to their detriment. Atoll taking well, not really a 1v1 because there's a player right next to whoever just died, but he gets a wall bang and he probably will get a triple. He does, and it's a triple kill from Atoll. He might find himself a quad if he keeps this up.
You can't stop that man. Coles gets a double and takes. That's such a Carl's curse moment. No, you can stop that man, and Coles is the person to do it. Breach is getting opened by Rapper. Pre-fire comes out from ADM, but no one there at the end of the gun. End of the bullet. Coles there will use his floor zone to try and get some intel. Try and burn some utility off the wall. He's looking to get those Maestria cams, which can stop and possibly postpone that plant. 1 minute left on the clock. But you do have a C4 on hand in the side of SZP. The question is, what will he do with it? He's got his cardiac stand already, waiting for them to push in, playing vertical, got the shotgun for it. So if they plant, he can stop it with ease. ADM playing below, SCP just waiting for something to happen in the side of Praetorian. The switch comes around into strip side. ADN, he's waiting. He's got those Maestria cams for the plant if and when he needs to. But it's a standoff. It's all Maestria Esports have to do is hold. Coles will push from bathroom. They know this. The sound comes out, the pre-fire comes out, and yes, they do not. It's Coles. Finds out ADN with the headshot. Now left up for the plant. They know that he's above. They know that he's posted. They can see him through the wall. Go for the plant. Get the vertical off. Will he manage to kill him though? No. He just postponed the plant though. Will he manage to keep this up though? Coles will find a new position. And Raph will just have to wait. He can't get the angle on him, we don't think. Shotgun does not waste him down, but does get him to half HP. He has to tank it. Now it's just a post-game plant, or a post-plant game for Praetorian. He does have a shotgun, so he has to play up close. Gotta go for some swings. Pistol in hand. I mean, they're sitting back. Praetorian are comfortable with their AKs on hand. You go for the swing, and Rafa will take out his SCP. An easy round for Praetorian, which came down to the end of it. Got the plant, and they'll take that 4-1.
It didn't look too good. Again, the main downside for Praetorian, at least on that attack, was pushing into CCTV cache. 3 kills go in Atoll's favors, and again, Praetorian almost could have screwed that up for themselves had Coles not came in to save the day the way that he did. They forced the 2v1 as well after isolating the Maestro in whatever room he was in, killing him, then forcing SCP into the 1v2 situation. A shotgun against AKs in a close range environment, you usually would favor shotgun. But since Praetorian were holding long angles from kitchen, and also I think another player was playing a little. I think he was playing in lobby. Garage and kitchen. Yep, holding those long angles against a shotgun, you don't favor SCP in that position. And unfortunately for Maestria, it is a 4th round for Praetorian, as they look to make this have maybe into a 5-1. I mean, they've been ruthless in their attack so far. That attack was a little bit closer than usual. The execute was really good though. I really like that 2v2 clutch from both Rafa and Coles. I liked it.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Just look out already. Oh, you have Steely again, man. He's gonna go for the run out. No one's there, but I don't know when Steely is gonna stop with the aggression. Even Etos as well. I mean, is Steely like jealous of Etos of all his kills he's got? Question mark? Hello? But yeah, I mean, the aggression coming out from Maestria Esports, I'm seeing it as desperacy, right? They're forcing to try and get killed, but they know it's not working. Even though it did work one time, but if it doesn't work, it's the fattest L a team can take if someone plays too aggressive, especially at spawn peak. It's a really down bad feeling, especially for the person who did it. Even though they thought they could do it. It's unfortunate, but with all this, I mean, this is an extremely top a quick top-down take from Praetorian. With 2 minutes 11 seconds left, they've taken all of top 4 1v. I mean, isn't that? They're all on side. They're all scared. Praetorian have this massive advantage, trying to find their 5th round on the board here. End the half with a good note.
Could totally understand my issue of everyone playing on site if they had more than one nitro cell. They're consistently only bringing one nitro cell on their defense, and we all know that Clubhouse, we know it as a structured map, we know it as a step-by-step map, but it is also a vertically challenged map, and not in like a bad way, but in a very good way. There's a lot of vertical angles that both the attackers and the defense can establish, and nitro cells give you such a big boost on the defense. Now, if all 5 of these players are playing site and you only have one nitro cell and you allow the attackers to overtake the vertical angles above you without using the nitro cells to challenge onto them or to even give you a kill or two, then that is a huge issue. SCP has also already used his nitro cell. Otolis though gets 1 kill. He actually doesn't get traded out. That's Steely who gets punished for Otolis over aggressing onto his teammates. So that's the running down and out count. SCP finds himself onto the sheet for Praetorian as they look to make their onslaught known onto this basement site. But as of right now, the equation hasn't equalized. Praetorian are struggling though to get onto this site, and the toilets makes it even worse for them. Cold is taken now. Now we're at a 2v2. What seemed like such a good advantage for Praetorian turns into a nightmare. But look, they have a really good situation here. 2v2, and they have control of this west side of the basement floor, and they could easily get a plant down if Maestria aren't paying attention. But look, that sound cue does give them the cue that the plant is going down. There goes the flank, so Praetorian aren't paying attention to Billy whatsoever. Forever, who was supposed to be watching for that, can't, and it is Praetorian who probably lose out on this run. It's 10 seconds left. He does rush himself into blue, and it is Aiden to close out that round for Maestria and also close out the half. A 4-2 split for Praetorian. Though they do lose that round, they will most definitely take this because, well, Clubhouse, we all know it as a defender-sided map. A 4-2 split for the attackers or for the defense is like really, really good once they switch onto the attack, but a 4-2 split for the attackers is even better for them.
Gonna be rehost as a member has, I believe, left, maybe disconnected, and is unable to join back. And we'll give some time as the half does. Literally, there is a half. There's a break in the half, and it will be 4-2. And as you said, it's really it's an astonishing half from Praetorian on that defensive side of the map. Like Clubhouse, they've gotten the 4-2 up. They just need to finish 3 rounds. Bish bash bosh. It's simple. It's easy, and if they lose it, fair enough. Well played to Maestria. But I mean, Wemby, I think it's going to be an easy, soft win for Praetorian Esports to find those 3 rounds.
We shall see. I felt like when we got onto Chalet, actually, I'm trying to think of, yeah, their attacking half on Chalet was like really good, but we all know Chalet is statistically an attacker sided map, and also with the way that it's built, an attacker friendly map and all that crap. And Clubhouse is a lot different than Chalet. It's been around in the map pool, everybody knows how to play it, etc., etc. Same strats over and over and over again. The only thing that's really different about Clubhouse is if you can like pick that bar gaming site and throw the attackers off just a little bit, but that's really about it. So the hope for my issue is, like you said, to find some comeback on this attack, but how will they do it exactly? Well, we will find out in just a second. Again, we are getting the lobby set up. A player had disconnected or had a bug, I don't know, but we will get the lobby set up for you in just a little bit. But what do you think that Praetorian, what do you think, not Praetorian, sorry, what do you think that Maestria can do on their attacks, since they're making that big switch onto Clubhouse?
I mean, Clubhouse is a very team. You need all 5 players to be on board with the game to win rounds. As you saw Praetorian, they work together to make their way to site using all their utility, right? They're trading utility, and if not, they're amplifying the amount of utility they're putting into to win rounds. They're using everything they've got to focus to get that bomb on the bomb site, or to get the bomb, to get this diffuser on the bomb site, to get the diffuser on the bomb site, and to just stop defenders. And if Maestria really want to pull this back out of a deep hole which they're in, I mean, they've got first of all they've got to get their mental in the game, pick themselves up from 40 down, and just have that confidence they had in the Chalet game. And I mean, just work as a team, work together, use your drones, just try and play as a team. Because that's what we see on a club in Oregon. It's a very originated game. Like on Coastline, let's say, you can have a vigil. He can just run around. He can carry the team. One person can carry the team. Just one roamer on like Coastline or Cafe possibly. But on Clubhouse Oregon, we've seen them throughout from the start to the end. I mean, originated or it's a team based game, team based maps, and they've really got to put their manpower to the test. As rehost will be back into it as the half. Well, then the second half will be starting as PRETORIAN Esports make their way onto the attack. No, the defense. Sorry.
Oh fuck. Okay. Sorry. I said the big word. Oopsies. But you are gonna see our beautiful faces yet because we've had some bit of issues when it comes to rehosting. Sorry for the delay into this matchup, but if you didn't see it or if you saw it just then, it's not 4-2 to Maestria. It is 4-2 to Praetorian as they lead when it comes to the big switch onto their defenses. It is unfortunate, but we will head back into it in just a little bit. But again, like you said, the main focus for my issue here is to have everybody online in the lobby because we saw you said it like a lot of times during the whole cast or during the rounds being played. The fact that like we had a lot of solo players from a lot of different players, in particular Atoiles, who of course is going to catch our eye, right?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. He's that man you see in the kill feed on the left hand side, not on the right. He's getting those headshots. He's well, comfortably doing that. And as we wait 2 minutes to waffle and make that 3 minutes for Trippin, as he needs to wait to make. Wait, why is that? Why do you need to wait to make a custom game? Why has Ubisoft done that? Why don't you just instantly make a custom
I
game?
think it's like a people make too many servers and then they crash the whole thing, etc., etc. It has something to do with that. I remember somebody told me because I asked the same question because I thought it was
Mm.
stupid too, but
Yeah.
somebody said that it was like a thing with like Ubisoft servers. Like people, if people make too many, then it overloads the servers, and sometimes it can like result in a crash, etc., etc. But anyways, yep. When I observe games for Talent League as well, I've had to do that too because sometimes I'll mess up and I'll create the lobby as a player,
Mm.
or I'll mess up the servers, etc., etc. There's a lot of ways you can mess up creating a match onto Siege, and sometimes it's not even just 3 minutes. Sometimes you have to wait for 5 minutes even. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a shocker. And there was one time I remember casting Tan League, we had to, like, one of the members were out for like 30 minutes, and we were just, like,
What?
there were like 10 rehosts. No, I don't think it was for Tan League, I think it was for another league. I cast there one time, and, yeah, tripping. But, because someone asked me to cover for them, and he's my friend, so I said, yeah, sure. And, basically, there was like 20 rehosts. So I was like, is this allowed? I don't know, like one rehost per team, or it was crazy. The whole server was crashing, which was quite unfortunate. But at least that's not happening today. As Trippin is getting angry over making the
Just
rounds. Yeah.
that's me. Every time I have to rehost because I have to make sure it's a very peculiar process when rehosting because
Trippin,
not
you yeah, put it orange, Yeah, there you go. Trippin, you made it 3-2, not 4-2.
oh no,
Trippin, Trippin,
you're gonna make me shake it again. But
Trippin, recheck it.
oh
Trust me,
my
I
god,
promise it's through.
not
Sick.
only do you have to get the servers right, and not only do you have to create the
Uh,
lobby as a spectator, but
Trippin,
you
I
also
think you've
have
done
to
it
get
wrong.
the round history right.
Trippin, you've done it wrong.
Oh my god. But you gotta like no, like hover over to choose band operator. Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Alright, so you got two blue, yeah, two blue. No, two blue.
Oh
See,
no.
yeah, see. You know what I'm saying? Idiot.
2,
Chipping, you're
3,
you're
4.
such a boomer. Look at you. Boomer. Le boomer descascoramo. The boomer descascoramo. Be activo King Torre. Let's start. We're ready. Trippin is currently apologizing. Really sorry about that, guys. Almost fucked up again. Well, that's a shocker, Wumby. Yep. Back into the game. Oh, Trippin, you messed up.
He did.
Trippin, you messed
Did
up.
he?
Yeah, you did. You messed it up.
Oh, no.
Praetorian. Guys, we have some information coming in. Johnny Depp won the case.
Oh my god.
Trippin has informed us information in my earpiece, and Johnny Depp and versus Amber Heard. That was another, I believe, best of 5, which happened on Saturday. From Tan League R6. Was it Tan League Valorant? I can't tell. But yeah, basically,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Johnny Depp, Johnny Heard. Johnny Heard. Johnny Depp won the case. Well, I think it was Tan League Apex. I think Tan League Apex actually. I think it was a Tan League Apex game, best of 5, 1B, and I think Johnny Depp, aka Jack Sparrow, got phase 1. Okay, so yeah.
Oh god. Please stop
10
talking
seconds
about
remaining.
that case. I am sick and tired of hearing about that case. But anyways, what I'm not sick and tired of
5
hearing
seconds
about
left.
is Praetorian versus Maestria Esports. Man, as you guys know, Praetorian take the half
Attackers'
4
objective
to
is to
2,
locate a
and the
bomb
first
and
site that they're gonna go to is Gym Bedroom.
I mean, you don't see Jim Bedroom being the first pick. I mean, it's
No, you
usually cash. Oh, there goes that mute jammer. I know it's really unfortunate that mute jammer it doesn't reach the whole wall. It's a massive buff and it's a big L for any mute players. As I know, like mute was used a lot. It's not used as much now because it's just as powerful, especially when Bandit and Kena banned. It's a massive loss for Praetorian in this case.
Oh yeah, most definitely. The mute jammers aren't what they used to be neither. Of course, everybody knows about the neat changes where it only covers a certain height of the wall, and that's why you see SCP going for the top half of the wall, because the mute jammer covers the bottom half. But it does open up the top half of the wall anyways, regardless of how that mute jammer is placed. It's just easy to work around. You don't really need to bring a thatcher to counter the mute. You just need to repel and bring your your big brains to the table, and that's exactly what SCP no kill is going through for either one of these teams, though it is just your average pick for Maestria towards that jacuzzi wall that has been opened from SCP, like I've mentioned, and also I believe some players putting pressure on to the main site windows, or even probably a rotate happening over to logistics.
Yeah, that rotate there. You see, Rafa? Putting some pressure on balcony. You know, it's so annoying if someone just breaks that window, even though he doesn't peek it. They just have to worry about it. They always have to check. They always have to peek there every single second. That someone's got to hold it. It's just an annoyance for any attack playing on those balconies. Etoys, Ace. You get tied very low. SCP will follow up on that. Coles takes out SCP on the trade. But no, Rafa on the advantage on that. No, the triple kill for Rafa on the balcony as no one's covering that window. And now the 1v4 left up to Steed on the breach. There's nothing you can do about that 1-1B. The swing from Rafa and he wins those.
Loading mag.
Nobody covering the CCTV cache window. Nobody covering the balcony. And now look, Steely's left in this 1v4 situation, and he has so many eyes on him from the bathroom angle, played in by the mirror window, behind the mirror windows, Coles, and he's able to get an easy pick. I thought he was gonna peek through the punch hole that he made. That would have been cheesy as hell, but he doesn't. He swings on him, like a man, and then he gets that kill. And it is Praetorian to get their 5th round on the board.
Yep, a solid 5th round, and I mean, they only need just 2 rounds left, and it's an easy job, isn't it? It's like working. It's like getting paid £100 to breathe. You know, Praetorian. It's a soft win, right? Rafa, an easy an easy 3K
Defenders,
from
protect
the
your bombs from
balcony.
being
There's
defused by
nothing
attackers.
Maestria did about that. He broke down the window. He made as much noise as possible to focus on that window, to waste as many crosshairs on that window. He swings and he finds 3. Yes, there were figures on site, but you're always forgetting. Maestria, you need to work as a team. There were 3 people on the balcony, 1 on each window, and one watching the window. I mean, this is what I talked about in the half, right? In the rehos, you've got to work as a team and play as a team, and like use every crosshair, every drone to your
10
advantage.
seconds left.
They gave them to you for a reason.
5
Exactly.
seconds to go.
And Maestria just did that round again. The highlight of that round was obviously Rafa's 3K on the CCTV cache window that no one was holding. Usually that's why you have players. That's why you have a push happening in CCTV cache to deny that peak from coming through. But Maestria didn't, and Praetorian, they have their aggression paid off for them, even though that probably shouldn't have happened. Maestria are gonna look to reconsole though from that round, recover themselves from that round, because it shouldn't have been lost the way that it was. But the main issue that they're gonna run into is obviously Coles, who exist in logistics, especially if they're looking to take control of this first floor first. They haven't usually attacking teams will clear out this do a top-down clear from the second floor to the first floor. But they haven't. They're going for a first floor take, and they're ignoring the vertical angles that have been established above them from Coles, and also the positioning of these players playing on the second floor in forever who gets the first pick into the game onto the tallest. And that's the thing off the board. So much utility, so much firepower lost on this attack. And Maestria, they're left scrambling as they desperately trying to find a kill back. And Coles, he just escapes. He should have died, but he doesn't.
I mean, he probably should have died there. They had the cannon as well. But either way, he will survive, and eToils will be the only one to die at the start of this round. With 1 minute 30 left, they have this vertical control to use. ADN, about to get... Oh, we won't get this. Actually, we'll rotate, and we'll save that for another time if we'll use that in the later part of the round. As the hard catch it, we'll get that. Pushing down main stairs, playing a bit aggressive. With the fusion in hand, he doesn't want to drop it in a very high intoxicated area. Oh, but Danu on those cams for a bit too long. The Steeleague finds his first kill. Oh, not his first kill. Oh, because the rehos. Finds the first kill of this half. Let's say. In this half, and see, actually find a second swing comes out, and he will lose that. But there to cover will be Billy, and Aiton will Brawlers. Now the 2v3 in favour of Maestria Esports for the first time, but no. They'll make it even further as Cole will be taken out by Billy. Planning double on the round. Rafa on swing. The NMGs all in favour. Rafa takes out SCP, the 1v2, the 1v3 possibility clutch. Swing coming out, very low speed, got the shotgun. Smoke canister coming out. He's going to have to play a different angle, and ADN will do the prone, and Rafa will fall if the prone does the job.
Recovery round from not ADN, sorry, from Maestria to be able to claim their third round, and now it was 2 at first before that 5th round for Praetorian. Now it's 2. The gap is 2 rounds, and Maestria, they still have to play catch up, but they are close to Praetorian, and Praetorian have to keep that in mind going back onto that basement site. You know what? The only thing that was really, really bad for them was
Defenders,
towards the
protect
end
your
of the round where
bombs
they
from being
weren't able to
defused
get
by
the final
attackers.
kills. But fortunately enough for them, what they were able to do so well was hold on to that second floor, and also they got the first pick forever. It was just unfortunate that they weren't able to get something out of that afterwards. Maestria just seemed to woke up in the middle of that round, and that spelled triple for Praetorian. But like I said, they go back onto this basement site, and again, we only see 1 nitro cell be brought out from the defense. They do have 2 impact nades, so that could be useful for denying the hard breach on the kitchen hatch. Seeing as there's 2 exothermics and 2 harsh breach utilities, if SCP decides to bring it onto that capital, which we have seen from Maestria, I think at least 2 to 3 times today. I think across both maps.
Yeah, we've definitely...
4 hard breaches.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah. they made it 2 each. I mean, you don't even need a thermite, to be honest. You've got 4 of them, unless you're opening a big wall. But for hatches, I mean, hard breach, gadget, charge, does the job, really, especially in this scenario. We have my Esports pushing from logistics, attacking the same site which they did last time, trying to get that win once more, making it into a 1vx, making it more difficult for the Praetorian members to clutch it out. Etoils will be the first man to make the aggressive play, getting that camera, putting himself on the crosshair for Praetorian, as it is match point on the line. He's gonna have to pull something at the bag, like he did the very first round when he got a 4K. We do see him playing this aggressive play style, and if he wants to follow up with that, I don't know if Praetorian are going to be ready, right? Oh, 1B, look at this. Forever has been undroned, unmanned, unlocked. Above. They do have the tempo. It makes some noise, but there are people in the bar. They hear the drop. Ballsy play from Forever will go straight to strip. Oh, I have a feeling he's going to be wasting a lot of time here, 1B. Even though there's a drone there, I have a feeling he'll be wasting a lot of time.
You know what? This gives me flashbacks to Invite, I believe, when TSM played Empire on Clubhouse, and Geo was playing Castle, and it's a different operator. Yes, the Arundi doesn't have the Castle barricades to help support her onto the first floor, but what she does have is a gun, and that's also what Castle had, and that's also what Geo had too, and he got so many kills onto the Empire who were trying to clear him out. He got that first kill on to the first floor, and then the Empire was left scrambling for a majority of that attack trying to clear him out. Dano, he gets the first pick onto 80, and that's your thermite down, so getting this main wall open in Church is going to be so hard for them, and if they wanted to make a rotation over to Dirt 2 and open a big wall into Church, well, they can't do it now because, again, the thermite is that's your main hard breacher off of the floor, and they've already used 3 of their hard breach utilities. Forever is finally found out after he did get a kill onto a toilet, and now we're at a 4v3 man advantage, but advantage is not only on the side of Praetorian in terms of man counts, but also look at their positioning and look at where Maestria are left scrambling to. 25 seconds left as well. Look at the time too. Coles gets one on to Billy, and now Maestria, well, they're gonna be desperate. The smoke grenades come out. Rafa gets one, and there goes the follow from Bombi, and it is Praetorian to get their 6th round on the board and move us onto match point.
Well, that's a way to get their match point on the board on round 10. Maestria Esports are going to be needing to crawl back from that one, as they're 3 rounds away. And it will be a tough one if they do and try to get it back on the board. I mean, Gym Bedroom is next on the line. It's one of the weakest sites alongside Bar and Gaming on Clubhouse, but Maestria should be able to put it back. Solid lineup coming out, but last time we saw this site, it was Rafa. I believe it was Rafa on the Jaeger who really took it for Maestria Esports. Unexpected swing from the window, which should have been expected. And, you know, even last round as well, Forever was wasting time. He even got a kill in string. They need to play together, and they need to be on point. They need to be ready for Praetorian to swing and play these aggressive plays, which they do, 1B.
Asad Tolis have a really good defensive half where he was able to enact a lot of early aggression onto Praetorian, and I think he ended that half like 6 seconds left. 6 something. He has 6 kills, and he was pretty much even, or like his KD was really positive up until right now, where we have the rehost. Obviously, sometimes rehost can take away momentum from a lot of teams. It can take away a lot of energy because the rehost process is very long, and so that could be what's happening to Atolis. But he's 0-3 to start off the half. He hasn't found himself on the board. It's been a rough one for him, but hopefully he's been consistently on that Finka roll too. So there's no real excuses, especially with how good the Finka is. It enables not only, you know, your teammates to do a lot of like fragging work and all of that around you, but it also allows you to be able to it enables you to be aggressive as well and to get those, or whether they be early or mid-round picks going in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, you do really want early round picks. I mean, it sets off the tone for the round. It puts pressure on the team, which lose the members. And as you said, Etoils 0-3. obviously not finding himself this hard on the attacker side. We'll put the pressure on him, but there's no one even there, right? There's no one there behind there. I mean, we're trying to just running utility to apply pressure, but no one there to actually apply it. We'll break it though. Break that mirror. So bathroom is all open, all in favor of Maestria Esports as the angle comes out. Rafa tried to go for a swing, but instantly drops back after, I believe he hears Billy repel up a bit. And Nito's talking about his kills and deaths. He finds one and 3 depths alongside it. Golden 6 to get through that barb on the stairs. Failed to hit the barb. Now they know he's there. 1 minute 25 on the clock. The push in from Maestria Esports will soon be coming. The frag comes out. Doesn't land. Tag something, but SCP will enter it. So will Billy with the 2v5 now. Make that a 4 for the team. Z2 finds his double with Danu falling forever left alive against his 11 smoke clutch. Finds one. 1v4 situation here with 1 minute left. Make that 40 seconds as E-Toils get that plant down, but E-Toils will find a third and forever will be taken down, and there it goes. Match point.
There it goes, and there it went for Maestria Esports. So the positive from that round was the fact that Toys gets the very first pick into that round. And like you said, the first pick is, you know, the judger for how a round will go. It sets the tone, it sets the pace at which the attack wants to go in, and in the attack, judging by that first pick from Toys, wanted to go fast because then a lot of picks followed suit, and Praetorian, they were left stunned from how fast that attack just went at them. There were no immediate tradebacks up until the very last second, where Forever was left in the 1v4. Yeah, the 1v4. He slipped it. He got a kill, made it a 1v4, but he ultimately was left in a hopeless position. Now Praetorian, they lost this fight last round, and they want to go back here again. But what are they going to do to adjust to what happened last round?
10 seconds remaining.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
5 seconds remaining.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, match point to line.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
That's it. No, you're good.
That's right. I had my mic on low, like the little knob on the thing, the turny thing. No, I don't know. Code's gonna run out. He has taken out. I mean, something through by Coles. I mean, he tried it 2 rounds behind. Match point on the line, or the game on the line, the map on the line. Sorry, and he just runs out, and there's 3 members watching the garage door. You can't do much in that situation. Still a potential. Rafa, same shill, same thing. He's hoping to get that triple, which he did last time. On the first time they played the site, but strong entry. I wouldn't say strong. I mean, Praetorian just threw a member away, didn't they? 1B. I mean, they kind of just gave him Cole's body as a little memorial if they win this game or if they lose it.
bomb located
Each
by
other will be
attackers.
taken out for, I mean, no reason, 1B. As E-Toils just finds the second for his team. Great entries by both of them combined, and it's really setting the tone for the execution for this round.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the thinking was from Coles, or even if that was just a call from the IGL of Praetorian. But that wasn't really the wise play, especially since Coles is on a Wamai and his utility could come in handy, especially since those Wamai discs are rechargeable. But totally decimated Forever right in front of our faces. That was pretty sad to watch, and this round will be pretty sad for Praetorian if they end up losing it. They have such a good lead, and it could be just lost to them. Rafa though with the 2K, and Dano gets one for himself too. What the hell just happened? It looked so convincing from Maestria, and I mean it still does, because Rafa in the 1v2 on very low HP, and if he takes a direct gunfight against these assault rifles, I mean he does have an assault rifle of his own on the Jaeger, he could just as well be done for this matchup. But again, like, I wasn't too sure from the early aggression for Praetorian at the beginning of that round, but Maestria, they could throw this after having such a good advantage.
Between up to Rafa, he's found 2, and no, it's unwinnable. The stun came out, and Alien on the window. Well, 1 round away in the Praetorian. They're catching up to you, lad. They're catching up to Praetorian. Maestria Esports ready for the comeback. 4-2 down on the attacking side. Match point again for the second time in a row. Praetorian needs to clutch shot, but they're going church Arsenal. Even though Maestria did win this round once, they've won it. Praetorian have won it, and they've lost it. It's really coming down to the last thread for both teams here. Maestria Esports, they've got to win. Praetorian have got to confirm this round to take the map. It's really up to these big fragging players on both sides here. One, we have Steely, we have Etos, we have Billy. With those big frags. I'm mainly looking at Etos here and Billy on those entry roles. And then you have Rafa with 7 kills, playing Smoke and Jaeger at the same time and still dropping frags, and Forever alongside him to just drop some more. I mean, you're looking at those members if you support each of the teams here. Those are the members, those are the players which you're trusting to get frags and take them out. Right, isn't that true, one? But you have to rely on those players to find at least 1 or 2 frags to get their advantage inside this game.
Yeah, I've said it. I'm so sorry. I was thinking, but like I think I said this on the podcast. I mentioned it recently, or even I mentioned it on Chalet as well as on the podcast. That Praetorian have some amazing gunners, like from the entry all the way to the support. Rafa being their main support player, and also Forever kind of is like a flex fragger, even a flex support, doesn't really matter. Anybody on this team can play these roles, and they can hit their shots just. And Rafa, while we see Bobby kind of missing the mark a bit, you know, Dano is 2 and 3. Rafa and Forever and Host have stepped up quite a lot inside of this matchup, and it shows you that when their fraggers aren't hitting their shots, their support is there to support them and hit their shots for them. And that's what you need. That's what you need if you're going to plan to be a top team in the major league or even in a minor league for that matter. So it's you know, actually last round we saw Forever on the Smoke and Rafa on the Jaeger, and this round Forever is on a more aggressive role on the Rooney. Rafa playing aggressive on the Smoke and Dirt, and if he dies first, that won't bode well for Praetorian.
No, it won't.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Time is gone, right? Time is gone, and there is some control coming out from Maestria Esports on the board, but it's a bit slow. Now I don't know if the pressure's not from there. They're going slower than they did previously. We still have this pressure coming from Etos. I mean, 2 big fraggers on both teams. Etos and Rafa are going to take that gunfight. Whoever wins that is going to be a crucial part of this round, and especially for Praetorian if they want to try and win this. But still, time is ticking. 1 minute 20 on the clock to do some damage. You still this Valcam. Seen many times before. It's a default C4. I've finished. Steely's going to walk straight into it though once he starts doing this vertical. I know it's coming. Oh, I don't know if that Sophia charge actually took it out with the impact. I think they did. And Etos will find Rafa. And there goes Etos is clearly the clearer flagger. But Coles will come for the flank, and it's to get traded by Billy. That was a 3v4 in favour of Maestria Esports. Praetorian there to clutch this out with 1 man down. There's 1 in dirt, there's 2 on the hatch. There's 1 pushing main stairs. Too many angles to cover from only 3 crosshairs which they have. Billy, take out the Banshee, ready to push forward. Stuns coming out inside church. Forever just not get stunned though. We'll go for the prone gameplay and be there to support if needed. They're still in the hatch. They're gonna have to play aggressive and want them to get the kill. Things coming out. Billy and Forever both trade damage, but the aggression from Billy on the main stairs. Danu. Balls. 2v3 now as Bombi takes 1 on ADN. Forever was down, and there it goes. Maestria Esports take it to overtime, and it's looking like it'll be close.
I don't really, you know what, it's been a long time coming, especially after the 3 rounds that Maestria have claimed, or not yet, 3 rounds that Maestria have won in a row. It's just like I don't really know. There were a lot of weird players from Praetorian, and I think back to the gym Beja round just before we had a unbasement. I think I'm gonna make a guess that it was like round 11, where we saw Coles go for like a really aggressive
Attackers need to locate and
peek
defuse bomb.
outside of garage. He just randomly ran out with because he's on Wamai, so there's no reason for you to do all of that. And I know Wamai has like some really good guns, but again, you have a rechargeable Wamai disc that can help your team out in the later stages of the round, especially with how much utility that Maestria brought on their attacks. And that play from Coles in round 10 just in our, not round 10, I think, sorry, around 11, my fault. In round 11 speaks volumes to how Praetorian have been doing on their defenses. It has been just throw after
10
throw
seconds to
after
go.
throw, and now look, it's culminated into an OT. And
5 seconds.
Praetorian usually they aren't the team to make these type of mistakes. That's why it's so surprising.
Attackers are
And
moving.
now look,
Defuse
we're
the
in
bomb.
overtime. They had a good chance at just getting the point, but they might just lose all three.
I mean, it really is coming down to a threat for both teams here. We've seen Maestria win 2 rounds in a row already. See if they can keep this confidence and this streak going. But I mean, Praetorian being number 1, they've got a title to hold and a title to keep. They really don't want to be losing to an 8th place team if you think about it in the long run. Repelling through the cash. They're gonna go for a decent cash push. It's looking like. Breaking it for Bambi, or for Bambi, sorry, as he slowly pushes in for this bar vertical hold. Flash is coming out. Eotos will drop back as supported by Billy in logistics. Drone's coming out. Banshee's there. He's taking drones and he's dropping back out. Perfect gameplay from Eotos. We'll go back in that aggressive positioning, holding the door. Eotos actually playing close on 3. Now we saw him play this the first time, and will he do it again? But will they be ready for it? They better should be, because he did it first time and he got a 4K. The first very round of this game. Very impactful. Bambi there right next to him. He's in such a dangerous position, Bambi. He's just on the verge of taking him out, but they know he's there. They have the drone. It's too predictable. Here now the Etoils. Praetorian now going to push in. And slowly time depletes.
Yeah, slowly time depletes for Praetorian. 1 minute and 25 left to go. Bombi getting that first pick and finding Etorus in that corner. More or less Praetorian droning him out and getting that intel at the start of the rounds. Sorry, something just happened in real life and I was distracted for just a little bit. But yes, 6-6 overtime Praetorian. Though they have the man advantage, momentum might be on Maestria's side since they did get 3 rounds in a row, so that might do something for their mental. Though losing a total so early on might make them suffer a little bit, but don't worry, because Billy is 7-3 and he's been going off from Maestria. So if you're a Maestria fan, keep your eyes on to the Mai. He's holding on to this top 4, or he was holding on to it alongside Atolis, but there is no immediate trade back to Maestria. But the thing is that they have the time on their side and Praetorian don't. And 5 players for Praetorian, but again, that first kill doesn't carry them over the finish line. Here goes a long angle, held by SCP, but he gets demolished from Dano. What a shot from the ace. He rushes his sight, gets the plant down, but do they have control of construction? Because if they don't, then Hatch could easily be peeked on, and there goes Billy to retake the second floor, retake construction. He gets killed, the dust settles, and now we're at a 1v2 post plant.
Scenario, Steely, or technically 1v1 here. And things can get the rebel. Steely pushing up. Rafa outside. Cole's ready. Rafa, he's peeking the wrong way here. He's outside stock door. He's playing safe, waiting for the defuse sound to go off. He could stick this here if he knows the diffuser is peeking wrong side. He'll go for the peek out. He has to do something here. Attempt by Rafa. But Rafa's been very patient. Slow pushing. Might go for the stick. Rafa's going to be pushing in. He knows where he is now. Steely goes to the pre-fire, but the pre-fire from Rafa will one-up Steely. As now overtime match point is all on Rafa's hands.
Dorian. It's a good. I really, you know what? The only thing that made me worried was the fact that they tried to plant right on the stage and they didn't get construction control quite yet. Bombi had rushed in right when that plant was going down, and he died. And had I believe it was Dano who got the plant down in the first place, not been able to flick up onto the Wamai, that round would have been lost for Praetorian. Or maybe had he like rushed into construction just a little bit sooner, he could have been able to deny that plant, because while Praetorian had the construction wall open that was like right next to the hatch, they didn't have full construction control. And again, that hatch is really important when it comes to having control of the bar side of things, the stage. And that made me so afraid for them, but they pull it off anyways, and off of some heroics, not really from Dano, but from Rafa instead, who's 9-4. Because I did get their names mixed up just a little bit. Rafa,
10
who was able
seconds
to
to
pick up that
insertion.
hatch and get the Wamai in the first place, and look at him, he's so
5
inspirational.
seconds
9-4
remaining.
for the thermite from the support.
This is only this half as well.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
But me as overtime match point is about. Well, he's already began. Maestria Esports are put under pressure as they need to win this round or pushing in from Billy. It doesn't look like they're going to go all the way from Logi down to basement. They're going to go straight from kitchen, middle floor. There are some players lurking around the clubhouse, around the club of the house. As you will on them pulling back later in game. This includes calls in garage. I mean, we saw
Attackers have
him
located a
last time.
bomb.
It will most likely drop and yeah, it will drop. As soon as he can get any drones, he'll barricade it off just in case. No lurking players. Esports now to guard. For his drone, gets the shield. Raphael on extremely low HP. Both ADSs go down. And now dirt control is all in favor of Master Esports. 2 members in there, and this is going to be the main focal point for the gunfight in terms of Maestria Esports and Praetorian trying to hold it down. It's gonna be close.
Close. Rafa on very low HP, and that doesn't bode well since he is the smoke player. He does have 3 smokes available too, and it could be very pivotal in saving off the Maestria pressure, especially on the main stair side of things. Cole's going for impact tricks, of course, because Aiden was trying to get open a hatch, and that's actually his last exothermic that was used, and there's no more Harpies left from Maestria. Again, with the Kaid and Ben both banned, I would expect both of the teams to have more of a run through when it comes to the hard destruction of things, but they haven't really abused the fact that both of the hard reach deniers are indeed off of the board. Forever does fall, so does Coles, and oh my god, this Praetorian defense is all falling apart at the hands of the dirt push that is Maestria Esports. The last player, or the last 2 players, one of them is in blue. It's gonna try and retake the site from AKs. Steely, though, is able to get one of the final kills. There goes Dano to get a desperate frag, but Praetorian, as desperate as needed that round, they're flawless, and Maestro win their attacks just as Praetorian did. But now both teams on overtime match point. Maestro could get the full 3 points, or Praetorian could save their asses and move themselves and get themselves just the 1.
Question: is it infinite overtime?
No, absolutely not.
This is the last round. This is the last
Absolutely
round.
not.
All right,
Yeah, this is the
because
last round.
I wanted something like G2 and Team Empire between these 2 teams.
Absolutely not. Nope. Sorry. No. I don't think my voice can take that. I have a really sore throat right now, so I'm doing that. I don't
He's
think so.
doing his best, guys. Everyone now donate £10 to save poor Gerald.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Oh well,
Okay.
overtime. I mean, you were asking for a 1, but you were making yourself. Oh, 1. Let's go, let's go. What a way to end the game, and Praetorian have just won the final. Well, 3 hosts to go. And, it's very cool, lads. I mean, another rehost. So, time's gonna be ticking for 2 minutes, and, sit back.
Okay. I can't do that with my chair. I can't do that with my chair, but he can do it with his. I have a really crappy office chair, or yeah, not really an office chair. This chair's like really old, but
I'm gonna play
it
some
does the job.
basketball. Should I play some basketball on stream?
You even have a basketball hoop.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
no,
so-
don't.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
that's not even how they shoot the ball.
Yeah, it is.
All right. No, it isn't. Your form is so bad.
Kobe. Kenobi.
Anyways,
Look at this shot. Look at this shot. I'm actually gonna take a shot. Look.
okay, he's gonna take a shot.
There goal.
What
See
the
that
hell?
goal. Anyone see that goal? See that goal?
All right. All
You see
right.
that goal? Yeah, exactly. I'm too good. Too good. Too good. Tripping, man. Tripping, you've done the settings wrong. Tripping, you've done the settings wrong. Tripping, just making sure
All right.
Tripping doesn't mess up again.
No,
Tripping, no,
he's not gonna.
Tripping, you've done the settings wrong. You've just called. It's Praetorian. It's not Praetorian. It's Praetorian Esports.
Okay. Well, anyways,
Oh well.
7-7
7-7.
OT
Yep. OT.
match point.
Match point.
Praetorian's map point.
Praetorian's match
Praetorian's
point.
map point, or sorry, Praetorian's map pick. They just lost Chalet, and this could be an easy breeze for Maestria if they're able to take advantage of the fact that they are on defense. But both the techs have been winning, so Praetorian, if the trend continues, could just win on their attacks. But again, this is surprising. Praetorian first place, losing to Maestria, in eighth place. I don't, I didn't think I'd predict that. No, at all. No.
I mean, what are the staff predictions for that? Is it, you said 87-13, right?
87-13, and two who's been going for the underdogs for as long as I can remember voted for my issue, I'm sure.
I mean, I kind of feel it for Maestro Esports, but props to them. Props to them because they've absolutely done a phenomenal job. And for any teams which are playing Maestro X, you've got something coming for you. As you don't see this, you really don't see this from an eighth place, especially in Major League, where it's usually if you're first, you're first, you're the best. If you're last, you're the worst. But in this situation, it feels like Maestria and and uh, and Praetorian are both like number 1 and 2 or 2 and 3. Like it looks like the high end, top quality R6 games which we've been seeing at the high end of the table of the standings, but also having that like they're so close. It's coming round by round by round. It's ping pong. Sometimes Maestria get 2 rounds. Sometimes Praetorian gets 2 rounds. They follow up and they counter each other every single time. And especially in Clubhouse, it's really been shown throughout from start to beginning to end. It's coming down to the very last round, 7-7, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, non-binary. Thank you for the quote, Wumby. Ready for the OT match point as Trippin sets up the game for the 8th time this evening.
Both of these teams, again, like you said, just been going back and forth. There's not really there's been a lot of mistakes from both teams, and we talked
Mm.
about it in particular. Sometimes there have been over aggression from the defense where they've rushed out with like really important operators with really important utilities, and they get punished for it off rip. And both of these teams have been good at just doing that, punishing early aggression when they are on the attack. But let's see if that rings true. I'm pretty sure both teams are tired at this point. They do want the game to end. And Praetorian, well, Maestra would want it to end right now, but in their favor. But Praetorian, this is their last chance because if they lose this game, they lose all 3 points. And I mean, I have to pull up the table here because I want to see what this does to the standings, especially when it comes to results around the league. Not that one that is the minor league one, but okay, that is another minor league table. But Loud Esports are also equal with them on points.
Yeah.
And Loud Esports have been on like a really good momentum high. And that all started like a couple weeks back. I can't remember who they beat, but they beat someone. And then after that, they got some really decent results. And it's just, if this is the first time we've seen Praetorian kind of like look a little bit shook, and it just had to happen against Maestria of all teams, who with this result they could easily propel themselves up into a higher position, maybe just below QVG, and put themselves up into sixth. Where Humble, actually, that is, if they win this game, they put themselves into sixth place, where Humble Academy is just below QVG. But we get right back into the matchup, 7-7. We all know the stakes. Praetorian are on the attack, and Maestria are now on the defense.
Yeah, but I mean, this is where it started. Praetorian on the attack and Maestria on the defense. Like it feels like a Marvel scene. Like it's coming down to the very last round, the two surviving last man standing. I mean, it is going to be the same lineup which you saw previously apart from the Azami. 7-7, a lot on the line here. Maestro Esports trying to absolutely annihilate what
Attackers
seems
need
to
to
be
locate and defuse as many
the
bombs as
best
they can.
team in Major League, but for Praetorian trying to keep their title, right? They're trying to keep their first place lead, and I mean, Maestro Esports, they've come a long way from 8th. It feels like they're second. When it really does. It's round by round, it's coming close to. Every single round is like, it's been close, either by the clutches, the 2K, the 3K, the 4K, the aces. Like, it's gone to the very ends of, each round, and with everything on
10
basement,
seconds to go.
Maestro Esports trying to get this win.
5 seconds left.
Maestria Esports are trying to get this win. It would put them in a good
Attackers are
position.
moving
They
out to
do
locate a
sit in
bomb
that
and
bottom
defuse it.
3 along with Ultrac and Vega Esports. And we all know the bottom 3 is the, the relegation spots. And if, we talked about, I think I talked about Ultrac a little bit, to talk about them in this matchup because it's irrelevant to Maestra as a team at the moment. But again, both them and Vega sit in those bottom 2 spots, and they have been the team to suffer like a lot of. They've been the team to suffer along with Vega. A lot of losses this season. Maestra have only played 3 matches, or well, we say 5 matches, but 3 matches in theory because 2 of those matches have been forfeit. So yeah, keep that in mind. But I mean, they came to play against Laburnum, and now they've came to play today against Praetorian, and they proved that, well, maybe they don't deserve to be in 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 100% true. They don't deserve to be in 8th place, and if they do win this, they do move up to 6th, right? And even though it's not where they should be, I mean, they should be 2nd in this case. I've said it once, I'm saying it again. Move up to 6th, but it's not good enough for such a strong team here. With 1 minute 40 on the clock, coming down to the very end of the game. Going vertical is Rafa, alongside Forever with the buck. Buck shotgun, 1 minute 30. Slowly, time will slowly come down. Every 10 seconds, it puts more pressure onto Praetorian to make a play, do something to get rid of these tanking, camping Maestro Esports players such as
Attackers have located a
SCP,
bomb.
who's kind of hiding. He's very low HP here. Will they decide to get Church Wall? Believe so, as Rafa is ready to get it and hopefully try and plant back Church. But 2 players are there. They're stuck there. One nade could take them both out. The flashbang goes in. They're gonna have to go for something. We'll go for the wall, one to cover to make sure the swing doesn't happen. Then comes out, shot to come out. Seed will find the worst. Etos will follow up with Bombing. Will this be the fall of the champions? Rafa, just fight back. Gets an exothermic kill charge. 3v3 now. ADM very low HP. 77 overtime match point. The flight comes out. Rafa there to get the plant down. A triple Rafa, but Billy to instantly trade back. You know that one's offside. They're gonna have to go for the plant down, but the trade comes out from Billy. The instant refrag. Another 1v2 left up for Coles. Will this be the fail and the fall of the champions? Smoke going out. Containers flying. Etoil, very low speed, Billy on 100. They're gonna have to go for plant. 5-1 onto Etoils. Now the 1v1. Billy, 100 HP for 20 seconds left. He is back inside back armory. They will stick the plant, and it will be this post-plant scenario for Coles to cover. He knows he's back Church. Billy, he does have to do this for his team to make the champions fall the runaway. Coles to survive. Will he play vertical though?
Defenders have
Claymore on
located
his
the
side here. Billy will try and tap Diffuser. Will he go for swing? Will he even stick it? He's going to be sticky, but the swing comes out from Coles. He's going to be sticky, but no, he gets off right at the very end. 20 seconds remaining. Coles has to swing here. He's going to have to do something. Will he get the kill? No! It's Billy to get the triple kill! And what a way to make the champions fall! What a game! Maestria Esports annihilate what seems to be the #1 team in the Major League. And Billy is all on your shoulders. What a game!
Ooh,
What a game! I've never
God.
seen something like it. Billy, it's all on his shoulders, man. He's feeling it. That's going to be an L for Praetorian Esports #1. They've taken it to the next level as they moved themselves to 6th place from 8th. Maestria Esports claiming their position and their worthiness of being in the Major League. Make that the Champion Series. What a game.
I've said it. They did not, with the way that they played today, and also from the judgment that I got from their Laburnum game on Monday, they did not deserve to be in eighth place, and they proved it in today's matchup, taking down the first place team. And again, Praetorian, they have that experience. They played against T3 teams and T3 teams before, as well as T4 teams, which is Talent League, and they've just crumbled in overtime. That almost what could have been a 1v2 clutch from the Ying, but it just didn't ring true. And Billy, I mean, what take a bow. What a play. He When I thought he wasn't gonna win that gunfight against the Ying LMG, he proved me wrong, and it had to be the Og. You know what? I'll say this. It had to be the Og of all guns. But again, it's my Maestria to take the full 3 points. They propelled themselves up into sixth place, I believe, just
Oh, what
below.
a game.
Yeah, just below, sorry, just below QVG. And as the updates will come through on the rankings and on the standings, and you guys will get to see it sometime soon this week or probably even next week. Praetorian, that is their first loss of the season. 5 games or 6 games now played, 4 wins, 1 draws, 1 loss. And for my Maestria, now 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. And they looked absolutely amazing today. But I think that will be all for us from me and Squishy. But before I leave, I do want to give you guys an update on tomorrow's game, which will be a minor game. We won't have a major league scheduled for you guys today, so sorry about that. But minor league is also fun too, so don't take me saying that as me saying, "Oh, minor league sucks." No, minor league is great. Watch the games, please. These teams work really, really hard for your guys' enjoyment, but also for the betterment of themselves. It is at an Esports versus Team Guardians Alpha. That should be a really good one. It is two, and also Pyro casting it along with Trippin, who was our observer, plus our producer today being
Thanks,
on
brother.
that as well. So please give them some love. Please watch that game, because not only is the game going to be good, but also the casting will be great too, with two and Pyro being together. But that will be it for me and Squishy. Praetorian versus Maestra, Aura versus YoD Esports. And while the minor game went the way we expected, the major game didn't go in that same direction. But that would be all from us. It's been me, 1B, me, and then Squishy as well. Our ats are down below. Please follow us. But we will see you soon.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.